Good evening and welcome. I'm going to now call the meeting to order at 7:20 p.m. on Wednesday, December 11th. Welcome to the PVUSD board meeting. We have translation in Spanish. If you need that support, please see Urania Lopez. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta Directiva del PVUSD. Disponemos traducción en español. Si necesita ese apoyo, consulte a Urania Lopez. This meeting will be streamed and recorded. If someone would like to speak to an item on the agenda, they must complete a speaker card and submit it to Eva Renteria prior to the agenda item. Once an item has begun, cards will not be accepted for that item. Each speaker will have 2 minutes with a total time for public input on each agenda item for 30 minutes maximum. I also want to remind everyone of the adoption of the Governing Board of Education of PVUSD's established and adopted meeting norms. I will now move us to item 3.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, and I will ask Trustee Vice President Soto to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Vice President Soto. Now I will move us to item 3.3, Superintendent Comments. And now we will hear from Dr. Heather Contreras, our Superintendent of PVUSD Schools, will make a few comments.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to use my comments this evening to address our board and our members who will be having their very last meeting this evening of the School Board of Education. This is a heartfelt moment for me, an emotional moment for me. You were the board that hired me. My tenure started in this room, and I find it interesting that we're ending in this room after a series of meetings in a different location. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for choosing me for this position. It has been a very joyous 7 months. I have learned so much from each of you and your leadership. And I think in the 7 months that we have been working together, and really before that, because we started kind of fast and furious, that we have accomplished some amazing things for our district. One of them being, our board governance handbook. And this has been a handbook that I know we were very proud of. This was the handbook we created together that really helped to bring us together as a team and as a board. And so we created this into a flip book for you, so you could take those and pass them along to all the board. And just like we spoke of when we created our governance handbook, is that the names of the board members go on to that handbook. And as board members change and different events happen, the names will change. But this is the original one, and I wanted all of you to have a copy of that. So thank you. When you hired me, I asked 2 things of all of you before I accepted the position, and one was that you would engage in a board governance workshop, and you did that. And I know that it was a lot of Saturdays. The other is I asked all of you to commit to meeting with me prior to every single board meeting, and you all did that too. And I really appreciate the leadership that you have shown, and I think that you helped to set a good direction for our district. The next thing that I would like to present is this whole time that I have been employed in PVUSD. Georgia Acosta, you have been the president. I'd like to present you with this plaque honoring your time as a president. And then we have some flowers that we'd like to give to you. So Alicia, will you help us with that?
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Oh, Alicia, I'd like to take a picture. We all heed to what Alicia said, so. The whole board? Yeah, look at this. Hold on. Just like Eskimos because it's so freezing cold. Okay, awesome, wonderful. I will now move us to item 3.4, governing board comments, reports on sending committees, and other comments from board members. This is an opportunity for each board member to make a few comments, and we will start with the student trustee.
Thank you, President Acosta. Aptos High is hosting its Holiday Spirit Week and lunchtime activities like cookie decorating and the 5-star prize redeem day. This past Friday, Aptos hosted its first ever painting of parking spots, bringing students in the community together. The first ever winter rally and planning for the winter formal are underway, and Aptos' Student Senate intends to strengthen collaboration among all class levels by addressing shared challenges like heating and plumbing issues that currently exist. Watsonville High has hosted a successful Winter Spirit Week, Winter Wonderland Workshop, and Winter Rally with strong student participation. Watsonville High will provide hot cocoa before finals, connect with counselors, and launch a food drive. A play is scheduled this week, though concerns about bathroom conditions and plumbing improvements remain, with students petitioning for better facilities. At PV High School, the first ever Winter Rally themed Winter Wonderland brought students together. Events like the Ruby Ridges Walk to School, Winter Spirit Week, and food drive supported community spirit. Upcoming events include the Winter Formal, Gingerbread House activity, and the Nightmare Before Christmas play. Challenges such as the limited water dispensers and inadequate lighting for recreational activities need attention moving forward. And lastly, I would like to give a shout out to all my fellow seniors who are working diligently to complete all their college applications. Thank you.
We will now move to Trustee DeSerpa.
Thank you. I attended the Pajaro Valley Prevention Soup for a Cause event, which was essentially their flagship fundraiser. It was really great to see so many of you out there to support prevention and mental health for Pajaro Valley. I just want to thank my fellow board members for your service. I think serving on a board is both a privilege and responsibility. Serving on this board for the last 14 years plus years has taught me a lot about governance and many, many other things: patience, respect, obligation. I've missed a lot of my family's events because of our board activities, but I've never wavered in knowing that having a vote and a voice is really important. And to the new board members who are coming on, congratulations. I hope you always put kids at the center of your decision making. That's the most important thing. And I appreciate everybody being here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa. We'll now move to Trustee Dr. Navarro.
Hello. So I was fortunate to attend the Ruby Bridges event at Pajaro Valley High School. I don't see Ms. Booker in the room, but I really enjoyed getting to know her, and meeting all the students at the event was really terrific time. I also had the opportunity to meet with some of the community members, Eli and Nat. We had a really good coffee and conversation, so thank you to the two of them. And then I also got the opportunity to visit Bobby Pell's classroom and on a Friday and witness his current events talk, which was really fascinating. And luckily they picked a topic that I could participate in, and so that was really enjoyable. And so I look forward to visiting more classrooms and schools and getting to know the needs of the district. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dr. Navarro. Now we will move to Trustee Dodge Jr.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. I just wanted to briefly say I was able to attend this CSBA conference with Dr. Heather Contreras and one of our incoming board members, where we learned a lot. I attended a seminar how we could try to find a way to make SELPA better on a lower level, on a community level. I also learned about teacher housing. And a term that I learned, it's not just teacher housing, it should be workforce housing, where it should be able to allow teachers, but I also like to see classified workers be able to have access to this housing. We all know how important our classified workers are in this district, and so I want to make sure that we include our classified workers in that housing proposition. I know it's going to be complicated, but I think with the team that we have, I think we'll be able to make it work for both our teachers and our classified workers. And I just wanted to also thank the district and Principal Coach Gregoro and the rest of the staff of Watsonville High School for the progress on the bleachers and the press box. And I look forward for the completion, and hopefully it can be done for our seniors that graduate this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge Jr. Trustee Flores?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming out tonight. I also was able to attend the Ruby Bridges Walk, which was an amazing event, and I look forward to seeing how that event grows across other campuses. And I was also want to thank the community for passing Measure M. That's going to be an exciting way to improve our campuses, to give our students a better environment to do their learning in. And I want to take the last bit of my time to say thank you to our trustees who are, this is their last meeting. I have learned a lot from all of you, and I look forward to still continuing a relationship outside of the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Trustee Vice President Soto?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being here tonight. It's a little bittersweet. It's been a great ride, hell of an experience, not only as an employee, but as a trustee of this board. I've seen some people come, people go. The board members do come and go, but the district is always steady. Being up here, I've learned a lot about government and civics, and not only that, but in my job as well, and being able to apply some of the principles that I've learned at work to help me make decisions up here. My forte has always been on the facilities side, construction. Kim, congratulations and good luck on your endeavors. Misty, I hope you continue to hold the line and keep things moving forward here. Danny, I think you should step up and take some leadership positions here, and since you're probably one of the more tenured ones remaining after us. Olivia, you as well, thank you for all you've done. And Georgia, thank you for taking me under your wing and showing me a lot of how politics run and campaigning and all that stuff, some things that I would have never learned without you. I want to thank my family for being patient with me and allowing me to attend the meetings. And like Trustee DeSerpa says, it does take away from your personal life to a certain extent. When you have a job, it's kind of hard to balance schedules and attend meetings. So you got to fit those in. And unless you're not working, then you have that freedom to do as you please. To the incoming crew, congratulations and good luck. I hope you steer the district in a positive direction without any woke agendas. And to Heather Contreras, thank you for being here, being steadfast, being head of the district. It was a pleasure to bring you on board and being part of that whole process. You're going to probably be my greatest accomplishment as a board member, is bringing you here. Like Trustee Costa says, you probably retire out from here, hopefully. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Vice President Soto. So I'm going to share a lot of the same sentiments that Trustee Vice President Soto shared. A little bit sorry for the rinse and repeat, but not. Trustee DeSerpa, you and I have served the longest together on this board, and we have not always seen eye to eye on different topics, but I am really grateful for the fact that we have been able to come together and respectfully agree to disagree on certain things and agree to agree on some things. And some of those have been tremendous, including hiring our fabulous superintendent of PVUSD schools. Trustee Dr. Navarro, it was my pleasure to be sitting on this board and to serve in the position that I could be one of the one of the 6 that unanimously voted you into your position. Trustee Dodge Jr., you've been in leadership on this board before. I chime and agree with Trustee Vice President Soto. It's a good time for you to step up and to look into a leadership level on this board yet again. And Trustee Flores, it's been amazing to sit by your side, to have your support this last year, you helping at the city chambers, helping Trustee Vice President Soto and I to run meetings. It's been amazing to see you flourish in the role that you've been in. And I look forward to continuing to see that from you. And Trustee Vice President Soto, it has been my honor, privilege, and pleasure to have you sitting at my side for this past year and helping me through this last year. I think we set a record, y'all. I don't have the final count number of how many board meetings we had this year, but I'm sure it's a record history, and I think, yeah, Trustee DeSerpa is agreeing with me. And a lot of good things have come out of that, including, yes, the wonderful legacy of working with Superintendent Dr. Heather Contreras to create the district governance handbook. But more importantly, before that was in the hiring of Superintendent Dr. Heather Contreras. And she is truly one of the best legacies that myself and my 5 colleagues on the current board and the one that has resigned is leaving to this district. And I look forward to seeing her retire from here when she's 90 years old. And with that, I'm going to just say that it has been my honor to serve as the trustee for Area 2 for PVUSD's Governing Board of Education for the past 8 years. As I move forward into this next endeavor in my life, I am trusting and looking forward to what God has in store for me and my family, and I will continue to pray for our PVUSD community. With that being said, I will now move us to item 3.5, the recognition of student for attendance campaign theme, and this will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of PVUSD Schools.
So I am incredibly excited about this one. So some of you may know and some of you may not know, in May, one of the things we began planning is we knew we needed to address our attendance. And so we started talking about launching what we wanted to be was an award-winning attendance campaign. And we knew we needed student voice, so Daniel was included in that. And we launched some ideas to our high school students, including Daniel, and they told me I was trying too hard. And that our ideas were not really going to resonate with the students. And so, yeah, which was great feedback. And so we said, okay, well then we need you to help us. You need to help us figure this out and what would resonate with students. And so Daniel and his team that we call the Core 6, high school students, came up with some ideas. And one of those ideas was that if we couldn't come up with a good slogan, probably the people who could come up with a good attendance campaign slogan would be the students. And so we sent out a survey. We asked all of our high school students to submit their slogan ideas, and we had 500 slogan idea responses. And we did it anonymously. We didn't collect emails or anything. We let the kids just be the kids and submit their slogan. So of the 500 that were submitted by our high school students, the PVUSD leadership team then vetted them and chose the ones that they really liked. And then we took it back to our students who then said, okay, these are the top 3. And then we took the top 3 and we put them out to all of our community members to have a vote on what it should be. And so in the end, the campaign slogan that was chosen was, "You can't achieve your dreams if you don't show up to chase them." How many of you have seen these around schools, campuses, in the community? Yes, on t-shirts. We made t-shirts to give to every single student. Staff has the t-shirts. This slogan has been absolutely everywhere. We never knew who the student was that submitted that slogan. And it's been a mystery to us because of the way we did this anonymously. And our thoughts were that maybe someone doesn't want to be recognized or doesn't want to know. And so we just left it alone. But all the time, and I've even said it in my State of the District on October 4th, and I was quoted in the newspaper as saying, "I always think when I drive by and see these signs or see someone wearing this slogan of what student is behind this, because what a brilliant thing that's happened in our community." I have since been approached by different people saying that our campaign should actually be submitted for awards. They really have liked what they do and have paid attention. And it's really all because of our students like Daniel, our core 6, our 40 students that I meet with from high schools regularly, and one single student who submitted this amazing campaign. So then an amazing thing happened recently where a teacher from Watsonville High School reached out and said that a student in the class had come forward and said, "That was my slogan that I submitted." And so we have found our student. And I am really excited to meet her in person and introduce her to everyone. So will you please come forward? I think that may be the best recognition we've had in the 7 months I've been here. What a great excitement. So, okay.
Wonderful. Now we will move to item 3.6, the Red Apple Award, and our very own Miss Alicia Jimenez, our PIO, will present our Red Apple Award recipients.
Hello. It's a pleasure to be before you, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Contreras, and our wonderful community. It's an honor to present the Red Apple Awards for this meeting. If you can go to the next one, please. Oh, I can, right here. All by myself. Staff is asked to nominate their peers for representing one of these, the established core values for PVUSD: excellence, integrity, resilience, empathy, unity, grace, courage, and faith. And we are very pleased to honor the following staff for this meeting. So everyone knows we get about 100 nominations, and they are all randomly selected with this program that's called Wheel of Names. We enter all of the names in it, it spins for us, and then it selects the winner. So it's very random. But staff is encouraged to nominate their peers again and again until the name of wheel selects them. So the first one we'd like to welcome is classified Debbie Pro. Debbie Pro is an administrative assistant in adult education. As an administrative assistant, Debbie Pro consistently demonstrates resilience through her adaptability in a fast-paced environment. When unexpected challenges arise, such as a last-minute schedule change or an urgent student inquiry, she stays calm and finds solutions quickly. Despite juggling multiple responsibilities, she always maintains a positive attitude and ensures that both students and staff feel supported. Her ability to persevere through daily obstacles with grace and dedication has made her an invaluable asset to the team, showcasing the heart of resilience in adult education. And she's being recognized today for embodying resilience. Welcome, Debbie. We're gonna have you take a picture. Now we have Noel Boero Brandt, teacher at Cesar Chavez Middle School. Welcome, Ms. Noel. Ms. Noel has taken leadership far beyond anything it has ever been at Cesar Chavez Middle School this past year. And she is being acknowledged for embodying courage. Welcome, Noel. The administrator is Mr. Joseph Gregorio, principal at Watsonville High School. Mr. Gregorio, a Wildcat alumnus himself, has returned to Watsonville High School with a deep passion for fostering a positive and inclusive school culture. In his first term, he has already made a remarkable impact, inspiring school pride and uniting students, staff, and families in a renewed sense of community. Among his many achievements, Mr. Gregorio has been instrumental in creating a field for girls and boys sports, ensuring equitable access to quality facilities for all student athletes. Additionally, he has been a driving force in ensuring the timely completion of the new stadium project, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the success of Watsonville High. Beyond his current role, Mr. Gregorio has aspirations to serve as principal at Watsonville High for as long as possible, dedicating his career to the betterment of our school. His leadership and vision exemplify the values that the Red Apple Award seeks to honor. And his contribution will benefit Wildcats for generations to come. Roar. We're pleased to honor you with embodying excellence, Mr. Gregorio. Welcome.
Thank you, Selena.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Now we will move to item 4.1, the approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Second.
Yes. Okay, so I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That will carry 601. Thank you. I also need a motion to approve the minutes of the June 26, 2024 meeting. Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve?
I have a first. Can I have a second?
A second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That will carry 601. Next one, 5.2, approval of the November 13th, 2024 board meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa. Can I have a second?
Second?
Thank you, Trustee Flores. I have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? Okay, that will carry 5011. And then next, we'll move to item 6, action on report on closed session. Item 6.1, are there any items to report out of closed session?
Yes, there are. So under 2.1, the district received a letter from the Pajaro Valley Flood Control Agency of its intention to hold a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity to condemn real property for the Pajaro River at Watsonville project comprising a small unused strip of land along Corraleos Creek property at 294 Green Valley Drive here in Watsonville, which is just outside this building in Santa Cruz County. The county APN number is 019-86124. All right, under closed session item 2.2, I move to approve the certificated personnel report as presented by district administration on December 11th with 14 and 3 additional action items. Can I get a second?
Second?
Call the vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That'll carry 601.
All right, under closed session item 2.3, I move to approve the classified personnel report as presented by district administration on December 11, 2024 with 27 and 13 additional action items. Can I get a second?
A second.
I have a first and I have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That'll carry 601.
All right, under action item, closed session 2.7, it is the district's recommendation that the board move to reject this claim as this loss has already been accepted by State Farm, who have acknowledged liability of the bus incident on 8/27/24. The board voted 502 to reject the claim identified in closed session item number 2.7. We also have closed session item 2.8, which is another liability claim. It is district recommendation that the board move to reject this claim as the district is not responsible for the employment practices of a third-party entity. The board voted 502 to reject this claim identified in closed session item 2.8. All right, under closed session item 2.9, a settlement agreement for a special education student was approved with a vote of 502. And we also have a couple of announcements. Pajaro Valley Unified School District is pleased to announce Lisa Diamond as the new Assistant Director of Expanded Learning. Lisa's been with PVUSD since 2005, serving students as a teacher, summer school head teacher, principal, after-school coordinator, and a program director of Expanded Learning. She holds a multiple subject credential from CSUMB, an administrative credential from San Jose State, and a BA from CSU San Bernardino in liberal studies. Additionally, she's also has a master's in ed administration from San Jose State. We're excited to welcome Lisa to this new position. And the last announcement, number 2, Pajaro Valley Unified School District, pleased to announce George Terrell as the new Assistant Director of Expanded Learning. Georgia Terrell. Georgia has been serving students in PVUSD since 2015, starting as a bilingual teacher and moving into an after-school coordinator position. Most recently, she's held the position of Program Director of Expanded Learning. Georgia holds a BA in anthropology with a Latin American studies focus. She also earned a multiple subject credential with bilingual authorization from UCSC, along with a master's degree in education. We're excited to welcome Georgia to her new position.
Are those all the items?
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Vice President Soto. And we had an oversight, I guess, on, we did have one public speaker comment on item 4.1, approval of the agenda. Mr. Denise, if you'd like to come forward, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you for letting me speak. I recognize the oversight, and you all just probably got an email from me. So I was going to request that items 11.7 and 12.3 be moved up to be presented after item 8.4. This is a very information and budget heavy agenda, and I would prefer if we can handle these important items at the beginning so that those of us who have to prepare for work tomorrow, or those teachers who have to prepare for their students, can get home and we can prioritizing doing the work of this board. So thank you for correcting the oversight and allowing me to speak.
And thank you, Mr. Denise. And in Agenda Setting Committee, we recognize that we have guest speakers from out of the area that have also come in to speak on some items tonight. That's why the agenda is a little bit different. Now we will move to item 7.1, public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address issues that are not on our agenda for this evening. Please know that the Brown Act prohibits the board from engaging in discussion or non-agendized items. Total public comment will be limited to 30 minutes with 2 minutes per speaker. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, but I'll just call you all up and you can line up accordingly, please. Orlando Fernandez, Chris Webb, Dr. Barasa, Vermania Abarca, Carlos Rangel, Jorge Rojas, Vicente Martinez Bazan, Noel Ameli, Benito Sanchez, Eli Davies, Takashi Musuno, Marilyn Garrett, Rich Martinez, and Gina Cervantes.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras, President Acosta. My name is Orlando Fernandez, and I'm here just to, thank the board, especially those that are leaving. Georgia Acosta, thank you for your time that you spent here devoting to the school district. It was a pleasure working with you all these years. Oscar Soto, thank you for your time. It's a pleasure working with you, somebody that knows their construction part. We're gonna miss you guys. It's been a pleasure. It's been a good ride with you, working here alongside with you. You guys that understand, I know you guys put a lot of time after hours, and you guys have long hours, and it's hard to commit to this. And hopefully these new board members are willing to put in the time, and we could get along and move forward with the projects and move the district forward in the right direction. Kim, thank you for working here. It's been a pleasure working with you for all this time. Thanks for all you did here at the school district. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I wanted to thank the Renaissance students who came to the last meeting advocating for themselves. The last time we heard student voice like that from Renaissance, it was November 8th of last year. I'd encourage you all to go back and listen to the comment. It was November 8th at the 44 minutes 50 seconds mark. Go hear what makes students brings pride to them. Also, like one thing that stands out to me about that is at that time the teacher who elevated those student voices would get retaliated for that, and it was very illuminating the year that followed, because there would be another teacher in this district who would do similar things more, and nothing, it was fine. So it kind of illustrated like what students do we care to hear from and which ones do we not. So there was like a certain inequity there for staff and student. Also, I want to thank Trustee Scow. I think he has been the best trustee in the last year or so. He should go move to the Aptos area and go serve over there. I want to thank the community for their election, the things they did, Measure M, and then some of the new trustees. I think they did the right thing. I think in the Scow Carrasco race, there was no bad choices. I think Carrasco had the best comments on teacher retention specifically. So if anyone cares to go and look back at the PVFT forum, I think she had the best comments on that. And additionally, as far as retention goes, I think we should consider cutting that line that the district admin last year decided to misinterpret, basically the one about extending a holiday. Let people use their time when they need it. Sometimes a necessity happens on the day after a holiday. If we did that this year, I would have been one of the people who would be subject. So let's just consider what can we do to retain people. Thank you.
That is your time. Thank you.
I'm Dr. Barraza, and I'm here tonight to remind Trustee Flores and Trustee Dr. Navarro and Trustee Dodge and Superintendent Contreras that when you ignore the community, you risk losing your seat, as Trustee Soto and Trustee Acosta found out. When you try to silence us, this is what happens. I'm thrilled that we were successful in replacing them. And I'm looking forward to having new members implementing their amazing platforms. If you guys have not seen their platforms, they're amazing. Things that I was like, I wish I had this in school. So hopefully we will be going in a much more progressive direction. And Mr. Soto, it seems like you like to be asleep because you don't like to be woke. You should wake up and get educated. Every time I hear things like that, it tells me that you have no clue what you're talking about. People who use words like oppressor versus oppressed, victim, it tells me you have not studied what liberated ethnic studies is about. Get educated on it, get informed, because the information is out there. That just tells me that those are the key words, right-wing talking points of people who have no idea what this actually covers. So I hope you get informed with that. I'm looking forward to having that new board. I'm so excited that we did that. And lastly, before I go, there were two people who came in before me and put in cards, and for some oddball reason, they're not in there. Dr. Christine Hong got here before me. Omar Dieguez got here before me, filled out a card before me, so it's interesting that their cards disappeared. I'm hoping this kind of stuff is not the stuff that we see with the new board. Thank you.
My name is Bermania, and I am here on behalf of the Puma soccer team. I guess we have been told recently that they won't be able to play in EA Hall, and it is something that a lot of the students and the soccer players are looking forward to. We would also ask if it is something where we are let stay at EA Hall and still practice, that we get more, like how they said earlier, we have a lack of recreational lighting, so I hope we can get that as well. And if we are taken away from EA Hall, I really do hope that you guys give us a different alternative of where we can play, or where a lot of the other soccer players could play. This is their home, and they do all live here in Watsonville, so I'm hoping we could either get transferred to another school here in Watsonville, or we can find a better alternative, or at least we can be pointed in the right direction for right resources. And I think it's very ironic, and the slogan, I think, is something very great. If you want to achieve your dreams, go ahead and show up for them. So they're showing up. I just hope that someone can show up for them as well. And all I can say is it has helped so much with their mental health, and not only that, but with their self-confidence. I think it's funny, but if my brother believes he's going to become a professional soccer player, then I don't doubt a lot of the other kids do as well. So I really hope that we can get a different alternative, or somewhere else where we can go ahead and play, and it can stay here in Watsonville and they don't have to commute out of town. Thank you. That's all I really have to say.
Carlos Rangel.
Hi, my name is Carlos. I'm here, and we found out that they wanted to take the soccer field away from our soccer team, and we came so we could stay here and play in our home, and someday become professionals. And we could use the soccer field too for all those other students and soccer players. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent, Cabinet members, Board of Trustees. I am here before you. I came here 2 years ago when there wasn't any facilities for our kids in Watsonville. Prior to coming, I sent an email to each single one of you trustees, and I didn't get a response, so here I am before you. Just to implore that the revisit the MOU that we have. I met with CBO Jenny a couple of months ago, and she said, we are not renewing your MOU because you leave fishes on the field, and also because you don't have enough kids to use our facility. I go, well, given a week and say, provide names, numbers, phone numbers, what school, it's not enough time. I need more ample time to be able to provide that, especially with the kids not having a place to practice. So we were using every other week, every other Sunday. We have a porta potty, so the fishes stuff, I don't know where that's coming from. We have AD Greg. He's from EA Hall. He's only called us one time, and that was to say that not to have the parents use their picnic chairs on the turf, which we took care of it. So that was done. So I am here because we want to be able to work together. We're not here to ask for things or handouts. We're here to work together as a community. Stuff you talked about, work for housing, we have it. Turf fields, we just opened 2 new fields in Salinas, 11 complex fields. We have all that. We have all the infrastructure to make that happen here. So there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. Core values that you have, coaches are instilling that in our kids. It took a lot for Carlos to show up here, but that's showing leadership, and that's what we're pushing for with these kids. And the reason I am here today because we have kids from Salinas and Watsonville, and if you combine both of those kids, we're winning state championships, going on to national finals, and that's what we're looking forward. Thank you.
Vicente.
Buenas tardes a todos y a cada uno. Gracias por...
Disculpe, deja que le ayude la traducción.
Gracias. Bueno, pues gracias por la oportunidad de manifestar mi petición.
Thank you for the opportunity to manifest my petition.
Yo soy padre de una de las niñas que si no nos siguen prestando el espacio para que las niñas jueguen fútbol en IEJO, es una de las que vamos a salir perjudicados.
I am a father of one of the little girls that is playing soccer, and that if we don't have the opportunity to play at EA Hall, my daughter, we're going to be a family that is going to be affected.
Durante los últimos días me ha dado mucho gusto no solo mirar a las niñas, sino se empiezan a arrimar por la cercanía, se empiezan a arrimar a los abuelos. Algunas niñas han llevado a sus abuelos a verlas a jugar y no sé qué problemas sea. Ojalá y encuentren una mejor solución que no sea la de negar el espacio para que las niñas jueguen.
In the last few days, it has made me very happy to see how grandparents are coming to see the girls play. So I'm hoping that you can find a different solution other than not letting us play.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Noé Lomeli. Noé.
Hi, good evening. My name is Noel Lomeli. I'm a software engineer, and I went to school at CSUMB. I went to school at Santa Cruz High, Soquel High. So last night I was at the CS Week event at the Watsonville cafeteria, and I was very happy to see so many kids doing computer science. So I just wanted to say, please keep it up. It's really amazing to see 7-year-old kids doing such an amazing job. The reason I'm here is to speak about an app that we're creating. It's called Nervly. We translate events to different languages, including Mixteco, which is a language that's spoken here by the population. And it's really easy for us to translate to these languages. Artificial intelligence can do English, Spanish, very easy, but you need real people to do Mixteco. And we have the capacity, the technology to do it. I have a small demo. This is for the CS Week event. It was shared with parents through Parent Square. So all you gotta do is press the play button. So like I said, it's very easy for us to do this. We have the technology. We're working with a few school districts in South Monterey County, Hartnell College Foundation. And I just wanted to come here and say hello. I'll be here after the meeting, so if anybody has any questions, thank you.
Benito Sanchez.
Good evening, board. I am Benito. I am the founder of Nervly. I'm also a software engineer, just like Noe. So Nervly was built as a platform where organizations can upload flyers and get it translated to multiple languages. We started by focusing on indigenous communities, but then we learned that we also have parents that speak English and Spanish primarily that are illiterate. So by adding audio to those languages, we're also able to reach those languages, those parents. We are here today because we visited a CAB recently in Pajaro area, and a lot of the parents expressed the need of having Nervly at their school district, and all the parents pointed to Pajaro Union School District. So that's why we wanted to come here and formally introduce ourselves to the board. Thank you.
Eli Davies.
I give my time to Christine Hong, who's here first.
there are multiple origins to ethnic studies. At the same time that students went on strike in Bay Area universities, Chicano high school students walked out in East LA. This is in the late 1960s. They were not being served by their education. And what you could see here is students seizing control of their education, and this grassroots mobilization, all origin stories of ethnic studies, this grassroots mass mobilization was a form of policy from below. And they were saying, they were articulating what they needed to succeed. Next slide. Oh, I do. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so the question that I have to this board is, whose interests have you represented? Have you served the people of Watsonville? And Trustee DeSerpa, I'm saying this because you are failing up. You do not visit ethnic studies classes. You do not meet with community members. You do not create opportunities for dialogue. Whoops. Instead, you actually took money from people who came here and tanked the CRE contract, stalling the realization of ethnic studies. You could see here one of these infamous characters, Gil Stein. He is someone who has leveled vile, fraudulent charges of anti-Semitism against ethnic studies broadly. He has described himself as a spokesperson for Israel. He's gotten an award for that, and he funded you. So did
Thanks, Christine.
Michael Shorenstein, Roz Shorenstein's husband, Doug Kaplan, Gil Stein.
Ms. Hong,
And
your
so
time
I
is
want
up.
to show something.
Your time is up, Ms. Hong.
You know what? I'm just
Your
going to
time
say
is
this.
up.
You should have listened to Claudia
Ms. Hong, your
Monjaras
time is
when
up.
she was speaking about the CRE
Ms. Hong,
contract.
we will adjourn this meeting
It was
if you do
about-
not step away from the podium now.
You are so awful. Thank God
Ms. Hong,
we
your
voted
time is
you
up.
out.
Step away from the podium, or we will adjourn.
Your time is
Thank you.
up.
Your time is up.
Takashi, you're up.
Good evening, I'm Takashi. How can I start my public comments tonight after we learned that some of my community members in the audience were excluded from speaking public comments? Ms. Kim DeSerpa, I had a chance to go to San Francisco State University a couple of days ago because I was invited my dear friend, he's the chair of Asian American Studies of that university, because I was invited to join and support a new research project as a resource person. Because the research project is based on my previous research, which I conducted myself in 2019. Although I didn't have a chance to meet and talk with Professor Allison, I had a chance to have a chat with several professors and lecturers of Asian American Studies. And I cannot forget how emotionally you accused Professor Allison in the board meeting on September 13th, 2023. You accused her as anti-Semitic. And as you know, anti-Semitism is one of racism in the international community. So your accusation was very serious. And do you still believe that Professor Allison is anti-Semitic? That means you just accuse her racist. How can I believe Professor Allison is a racist? She has been recognized as one of the most valuable researchers in the nation.
Thank you, Takashi. Marilyn Garrett, you're up.
I taught in this district for 20 years, and the truth is hard to hear, isn't it? Like what Christine Hong just stated. But facts don't cease to exist because they're ignored, as they are about vaccines. Here's a publication called Learn the Risk. Vaccines for Health or Profit by Randy Vaughn, learntherisk.org. It starts out, medical freedom. I'll wait till you're ready, Ms. Acosta. Medical freedom is a human right. First and foremost, mandatory vaccine laws are a violation of the basic human right to voluntary consent without coercion to any and all medical procedures, tests, experiments, and preventative measures. The Nuremberg Code was established following World War II based on the fact that all medical products have an inherent health risk and serious side effects, vaccines included. And here's an update on some of the side effects. It's a killer vaccine worldwide. Japanese researchers say side effects of COVID vaccines are linked to 201 types of diseases. You will find diseases of the heart, kidney, thyroid, diabetes, liver, skin, eyes, blood, nerves, systemic diseases, brain, lungs, said Professor it's the last name, Osaka City University School of Medicine. The Pfizer papers have been released. They're a must-read of the harms. Thank you.
Bill, you're up. Rich Martinez. Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and Dr. Heather Contreras. Well, this will be the last time I come up here to talk to some of you, and it is a bittersweet. Sad to see you guys leave. You've been here for a while, and there was times we may not see eye to eye when I represent CSA, but we always were able to talk it through. I appreciate that. You were open ears, understanding, but that's what makes you human. Different opinions, but then we're able to come together. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time of service. Oscar, you worked with classified, you understood classified, you represented classified, and you did a well job up here representing. Georgia, you brought the kids to school, represented classified, and made sure they were safe going to school and coming home. And thank you for your service. And not only that, I was able to talk to this whole board about what classified needed. And I'm not up here representing classified just in case anyone thinks anything. But I put a lot of time into that as a past president. And I was able to make my way up and promote and become something more than what I was. I did not get fired or walk away from classified. Now I overlook classified and become a mentor and try to be that fence in between both and try to solve issues. That's what everything's about. I see two people that were able to do that, to speak for both halves. And thank you for your time and service. And one day, hopefully, maybe I'll be up there. Maybe in 4 years.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to come up here and thank the board for all of your hard work and dedication that you've done for this community. I am up here to thank the trustees that will be having their last meeting today. Georgia Acosta, Trustee Acosta. It is a pleasure of mine to see what you've done for this board. We will miss you. Oscar Soto, thank you for your service here on this board for the last 4 years. Kim DeSerpa, it has been a pleasure watching you grow with this board. And Adam Scow, who is not here, we will miss him also. Thank you for all of your hours that you've put in, for all of that you have sacrificed during the meetings, away from your family. Thank you for serving in the hardest time during COVID. This is what the community doesn't understand. There's a group of people that come in and constantly bash you guys, but they don't appreciate what you do for the community. And bottom line, the kids are the only ones that are losing when we don't work together. I wish you guys the best on your new endeavors. I know that you guys are gonna do a lot more for the community, even if you're not sitting in your current positions. So thank you so much. And like you guys said, it's bittersweet for all of you guys, but hopefully the board will learn and grow and make the district a better place for all of our children.
And that is time on public comment. I will now move us to item 8.1 PVFT, Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
I turned in a card at the beginning.
And we are out of time, sir.
Yeah, but
It's
you
30
guys are not
minutes
following
cap.
the order. You guys are not. Dr. Contreras, I
30
hope you
minutes
hold
cap.
this board accountable for this.
We're
'Cause
done. We have
we're
moved
following
on
the
to item
rules, and we
8.1.
expect you to follow the
Do
rules
we have any
too.
public speakers to item 8.1?
Yes, we do.
Let's go.
Are we doing?
8.1. It's public
Rebecca Grayson, Miriam Cohen, Pam Sexton, Bobby Peltz, Eric Sellis, Bobby Marchessault, and Brandon Dennett.
This one? Okay, thanks. Good evening. I think anyone who has turned in a card should be able to speak. My name's Rebecca Royston. I'm the chair of PVFT's Committee on Political Education and on the negotiations team, and I'm here tonight to read a letter from an adult ed educator. From an anonymous teacher. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I have asked my union to read this to you without my name because I fear retaliation for what I want to share. What I observe as an adult ed teacher is the district can save a lot of money by holding our administration accountable. The recent calendar issue with the adult ed school administration breaking contract and unilaterally changing our calendar has stressed out some of our teachers, which doesn't support good work performance. It has also taken hours of time from HR and payroll to check and correct. There have been multiple cases where teachers' working hours were not passed on correctly to payroll. Last year, a full audit of our program showed that many of our teachers were being mispaid because of mistakes in how they were placed on the salary scale by our admin. Even when teachers went to admin and explained the problem, teachers were told that it was the teacher who was mistaken, not admin. It was only when we went to the union that the issue started to be addressed. All the time these issues have taken money from our district. It takes time to check and change these things, and I'm guessing that I am not aware of other issues happening in other departments. The district is losing money and admin needs to be held accountable. Funding exists. With creative vision, this program can do so much more for our community. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I teach English to adults in Santa Cruz with students who speak many different native languages and are brand new to English. As a program, we exist to offer classes that can help them in pursuit of their future goals, including improving themselves and contributing to the betterment of our society through learning English, getting a GED, and receiving their citizenship, for example. Fortunately, our program has committed funding from the state and federal government with money that's separate from K-12 funding. Unfortunately, we have ongoing issues getting and keeping teachers. Why is that? Well, one reason is a severe lack of prep time. According to the contract, I get 3 hours of prep time before the first day of school in August to get my room ready, and that's it. This means that I don't have any weekly or even monthly paid prep time. So anytime I'm prepping, I'm essentially volunteering my time. Secondly, the work schedules that are offered are untenable for many. To work 25 hours a week teaching ESL, you need to work 3 hours in the morning and 2.5 hours in the evening every day. And our admin will not allow us to split any of these assignments. Here's one example. Our program hired a new ESL teacher in August. He has been teaching the evening shift this semester, but in October realized it was too much for him. He asked me if we could share his assignment for the upcoming semester, and I agreed. I know I can commit to teaching 2 evenings a week, although I cannot do 4. He said 2 would be perfect for him as well, so he approached admin with his idea and got a hard no. As a result, there will be no evening teacher for beginning level ESL anywhere in our county north of Watsonville next semester. We are actively losing teachers as well as not gaining potential teachers. We are losing both current and future students by not offering the classes we could have the capacity to offer. Let's change some of these practices, specifically prep time and shared assignments, so we can meet the needs of our community. Thank you.
I always have to pull it down. I started working in adult education, in this adult education program in 2003, when my oldest child was a baby. I shared a class with another adult ed teacher. That's how I came in to adult ed, each of us teaching 2 nights. I loved it and wanted to keep going. Currently, our administration doesn't allow that, as mentioned. Since then, I have taught ESL, ESL citizenship at 3 local elementary schools in the district. These aren't happening now. I taught an innovative parent education program class called Together in the Park. That was closed in 2019. I taught in our learning center, pulling out GED and high school diploma students to do group study sessions. No pull-out groups currently happen in the learning center. My kids went to El Jardín Bilingual Preschool Co-op, run by the adult school. That was closed in 2018. I want you to know this history. I now teach ESL in Watsonville. I absolutely love my job. My students range in age from 18 to 76, mostly Spanish speakers. I have 1 Arabic speaker. I have several who have distinct disabilities, no extra support. I not only teach my students to communicate in English, I share community resources and information. We visit the public library, practice location vocabulary while learning about important educational opportunities for their families. Admin has been preventing teachers from getting the hours needed to receive benefits as laid out in our contract. And the district wants to take away benefits and seniority rights from our adult education teachers. By not investing in teachers, our program has cut certain classes that would have served the families of our K-12 students. Adult ed is integral to our district, and I hope you invest in it.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. I'm here. I'm donating my time to Shawnee Rogers, who's an ESL teacher with Watsonville APPA Santa Cruz Adult Ed. She writes, I would like to share with you some reasons why we need to protect adult education and the rights of our teachers. This is a unique and important place for brand new immigrants and people who have lived here for decades to learn English in a safe, encouraging environment. My students come to class to share their stories and hopes for a successful and fully integrated future in the United States. Some of my students are college-bound with professional plans, and until they learn English, they are stifled. Each passing month, they grow more confident and capable of communication within class and the community. It's absolutely heartening and inspiring to see them break down boundaries and find hope for their dreams. I met with one of my students today who went on to Cabrillo to further her education. One of my students from Oaxaca came here with little English, yet she spoke Mixteca and Spanish. And her English skills as her English skills grow, she is moving up the ladder at a prestigious bakery as a cook. One day, she will open her own restaurant and share in the American dream. All of these students participate in multi-level classes, which are incredibly supportive and dynamic learning adventures for all of us. We as teachers create these lessons and make these community enriching programs work without extra hours for planning or gathering our material. So we work with a generous spirit of sharing the best intentions for our students and our community. Please keep our program fully aligned with our goal to help the adults who immigrate here to succeed in every way. Please keep the teachers' benefits and seniority promotion schedule as written in our contract. I thank you for your consideration and attention to our adult education's best interest. Sincerely, Shawnee Rogers. Thank you.
Hi, Eric Solis, Radcliffe Elementary. I'm reading this letter on behalf of Tamara of Adult Ed. I've been teaching ESL in this job for 25 years. I've always been a part-time teacher with temporary status. It is discouraging that the district is trying to raise the requirements for me to finally move into a position that would be full-time and with benefits. I actually work 4 more unpaid hours a week above and beyond the 15 hours I get paid for actual instruction. The only reason I've been able to stay in this job and keep living in this county is that my husband has a job that can pay our mortgage and give us health insurance. This doesn't seem right. The adult school has a chronic shortage of teachers and substitutes. This is a reflection of the fact that teachers leave to look for more sustainable jobs. If we want to attract and retain experienced and quality teachers, we need to make it possible for them to earn enough money and have benefits. I am the exception because, as mentioned, my husband is subsidizing my teaching career. That's the end of her letter, but I'll continue. As an elementary ed teacher, I've been learning more about the adult ed program and see how it is important for the district. I have a question though. Why has the word free been removed from the adult ed course booklet? The main programs it offers, ESL, ESL citizenship, and basic education, GED, high school diploma are free and should be advertised as such to ensure that no one is discouraged from joining the classes for economic reasons. This is an investment in the future for my students, all of our students, our community, and all the families of our K-12 students. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I just want to note, I can double check on the video, but I looked at my clock, and based on my clock, I think we had a few minutes left in our 30 minutes for public comment, so I just want to mention that. I read an article this week in the Pajaronian that we got a new SRO at PV High, and I had a question, and I just, unfortunately, haven't had a chance. I just recently thought of this, didn't get to email anybody, but I would love to hear at some point from the board. I would love to know, is there a mental health clinician paired with them? I know that was part of the program, and I didn't hear anything. There is? Okay, good. That's what I wanted to double check on that. Thank you. It came up as I heard of another concern, which unfortunately, I don't know what's going to be presented later, so I'm bringing it up now. But I did hear talk of getting rid of a significant number, if not all of our social emotional counselors as part of our budget committee. I'll look forward to hearing more, but I have concerns as a teacher about that move. And I'd also want to know, are those mental health clinicians part of that potential move? I also, as we continue to have budget conversations, I still think that the public deserves to know, as I've mentioned, how much the PN Day situation did cost the district. I think that is something that contributes to this conversation, and I think that's something we should know. Thank you, Dr. Contreras. I emailed you earlier today with some arts questions and concerns, and I appreciate your quick response, and I look forward to touching base. So thank you for your responsiveness. Meant a lot. I just found out also that next week's reorganization meeting is at 4 p.m. and I work until 5, so I won't be able to be here like I was hoping. So I did want to mention that I do hope that while as we reorganize as a board, I do hope that one of the new board members coming on is considered for maybe the vice president or one of the leadership roles. And I just want to mention that now, only in that I think the community is saying that they wanted something, and to have multiple voices in there, not just those who are here. I'd love to see one of you guys up there too, but just to have those voices would be great. Had more, wanted to thank you and mention some stuff, but I got to go. Thanks, y'all.
Bobby, I do just want to note that the organizational meeting does start at 6. The 4 o'clock part of the meeting is actually a 2-hour Brown Act training for all of our.
I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Shall I start? Yes. Okay. Hi.
The board does not accept. The board made a decision back in 2021, I believe, that we do not accept that on live board meetings, so that's not acceptable. Ms. Pajaro, if you'd like to speak behalf of PVFT, you're welcome to come up. Unless, did you put in a speaker card? Then you're more than welcome to step up and speak, and then Ms. Pajaro is next.
Well, I got a lot to say, and I will say that the PVFT is looking forward to having comment time unrestricted, because it's just so unfair that you all cherry pick who gets to speak. And I think it's important to hear from our young adults like Carlos. That was so brave. And we should never be in a situation where we're having to choose between a young adult who's coming up and showing their leadership skills and one of us who you guys just get tired of hearing from. So I also want to say that I would encourage the board to look at the top of that adult ed program and ask yourself, is someone in that position just because their name and a legacy hire? Because they're not making the program better, they're making the program worse. They don't offer jobs as per contract, they offer it to their friends or people they know instead, and they unilaterally break the calendar, change the calendar just to fit their whim, breaking the contract. So maybe if we had more effective leadership in that program, it would reach its full potential. So as chief negotiator, I want to let you know that the district is trying to eliminate benefit rights for tenured teachers in adult education as defined by Ed Code. These individuals already do not have prep time, and they get artificially capped at 17 hours because when they hit 18, they qualify for benefits. So the district is proposing, let's just artificially cap them at 22, and that's a great compromise, which doesn't really make sense because the adult ed funding is separate from K-12 funding. Its core programs are funded by the California Adult Education Program and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act funds. So most of that funding is overseen by the local consortium, which is called the Greater Opportunities for Adult Education, something you guys probably don't know because I don't think you do your jobs very well. And then to fulfill the district's missions and goals, we must invest in adult education. Investing in adult education is investing in our families, it's investing in our students, it's investing in our community, and it aligns with our PVUSD mission statement of cultivating a nurturing environment where every student can thrive academically, socially, and emotionally, empowering them to flourish in a dynamic and evolving world.
Thanks, Brandon.
Hey, good evening, board. My name is Nelly Vaquera. I'm the president of the PVFT, and tonight is a momentous night as many terms come to an end. PVFT wishes you well. We're thankful for your efforts in hiring Dr. Contreras as this district superintendent, because we were in need of leadership, and we're still looking sometimes for that. There is decades of oppressive management in this district, and we do hold some hope. We do like that Dr. Contreras came in with her look, listen, and learn. We're doing that too, and actions speak louder than words, and things aren't looking too great. We're kind of confused. My comments are everywhere tonight because there's so much. We're witnessing the same tactics. It's the same as always. We want innovation. Teachers are really innovative. All of them. We work with very little, and we do the best we can. And we're actually not listened to. We're talked at. So we're having this budget committee. Great. We've done this in the past. Okay. This illusion of collaboration. But then when it comes down to those final days, here, pick from this ugly menu. Yet, when you look at the interim report, and if you really dig into the SACS report, you're going to see that this, oh, gosh, I know it really hurts our stomach because we have to cut $5 million in people power that brings services to our students, like social emotional counselors, like mental health clinicians, like intervention teachers, that they decide they're going to do that, but they're going to increase their expenditures by close to $40 million. So it is, the optics are horrible. Yeah. A lot of questions.
Thanks, Nelly.
And I really hope that you all have some integrity tonight.
We're now moving on to item 8.2, California School Employee Association, CSEA. Do we have anyone here from CSEA to speak this evening? We see none. We're now moving on to item 8.3, Communication Workers of America, CWA, our substitutes teacher union. Do we have anyone?
Excuse me, I put a card in for CSA.
And there's no one here to speak on that.
I'm from CSA. I'm from California, and I'm an employee from California.
We're moved on already. We're on item 8.3.
You know, this board, Ms. Contreras, I hope that you take note of all this. We need to step up as leaders and let the community speak. You know, there's a lot of important issues that you guys are ignoring for the community.
On to item 8.4.
This is ridiculous.
PAVAM, the Pajaro Valley Association of Managers. Do we have anyone from PAVAM here to speak this evening? PAVAM, do we have anyone here from PAVAM to speak? All right, seeing none. We are moving on to item 9, consent agenda. These consent items are routine items coming before the board. Do we have any public speakers to the consent agenda?
Yes, we do. Brandon, Carol Turley, and then Brandon again. Brandon on 9.7.
Okay, Brandon, Denise, here to speak on item 9.7. I don't understand why we need to continue to approve contracts with consultant groups for the same type of work. I would encourage you to look at the contract for 9.7. It is similar to the cognitive coaching contract that you all previously approved, despite that contract not even having a price tag. So for all the fiscal solvency you guys are for, you guys approved a contract in the past without even revealing the price to the public. And here we are again spending $24,000 on skills that our teaching and learning administrative teams should already have. So we talk about fiscal responsibility. We used financial reasons as one of the false arguments for cutting the CRE contract. And here we are approving consultant contracts that we don't need. So I would request to the board to move item 9.7 to the deferred consent agenda, look into it, and ask yourself, do we really need to spend $24,000 on yet another consultant group? Thank you.
Board, I encourage you to look at the list of things that you're approving under consent. There are some items that involve performing work on campuses. There are some sites that might end up being modified or repurposed as part of the budget process, and nobody likes seeing money wasted on something that ends up being obsolete.
We're back. So item 9.15, again, we're approving yet another contract with the consultant group. This time it is up to $20,000, And our district leadership and HR department administration should already be competent with regards to these abilities. So again, the sky is falling, budget cuts. All you're trying to do is set the preconditions for layoffs, but you don't look closely at these consultant groups. So why would we spend $20,000 when our district leadership should have these skills already? So I would like to know how these items even end up on the consent agenda in the first place. Who's the one making the recommendation to partner with these consultant groups? I think that would be pretty illuminating to see. And I again would ask the board to pull 9.15 to the deferred consent agenda, because we didn't want to spend $80,000 for a special election because that was a lot of money. But tonight we have the potential to approve $45,000 in wasted consultant contracts. Thank you.
All right, I will bring this now back to the board. Are there any items that the board wishes to defer? Trustee Flores?
9.3, please.
9.3. Anything else? Trustee Flores, would you like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented with moving item 9.3 to deferred?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda. A second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? That'll carry 601. And now we will move to item 9.3, which has been deferred by Trustee Flores, to acknowledge with gratitude the donation to Starlight Elementary School. Ms. Flores, Trustee Flores, is there anything you would like to specifically ask on this item?
No, nothing I'd like to specifically ask. I'd just like to acknowledge this donation of $10,900 to the Starlight Elementary School kitchen. Anytime anyone is donating money to our campus, to our schools, I feel like they should be acknowledged, and so that's why I wanted to go ahead and pull this item.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. So seeing that you have no other questions, you just wanted to acknowledge, is that a motion to approve?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
All right, can I have a second? All right, I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? That'll carry 601. And we will now move to item 11, report and discussion. We will start with 11.1, report on feasibility study for educator housing. This report will be presented by Ralph LaRue, principal architect of 196 Architects.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Acosta, Superintendent Dr. Contreras. My name is Jenny Im, the Chief Business Officer, and I am really excited to have Ralph LaRue, who has been with us since before COVID, helping us update our facility master plan. And we are so thankful to the community for passing Measure M. And we knew that there was a lot of interest and support around both educator workforce housing, as well as the second feasibility study that will be coming up for PV High School. So we proactively started some feasibility studies. So we're here to bring that forward for review and discussion. So I'm here to introduce Mr. Ralph LaRue, Principal Architect with 196.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, Superintendent. I'm super excited to be here to talk about educator workforce housing. And Trustee Dodge, you're right, it's not teacher housing, it's educator housing. And so we need a muscle memory where we're just calling it educator housing because it's for the whole school district. So I work with most of the school districts in the area, and there's lots of a strong push in the state to provide housing for educators because of you losing staff. And so I'm going to walk you through some of the experiences, some takeaways from the experiences, the state register, some precedents, and hopefully we can do a field study together. How are school districts paying for this? And then we're going to look at some of your particular sites, and we're going to focus on looking at four of them and really take a deeper dive on those. Then we'll talk about the process and timeline. So it's a little longer presentation, but I'm going to be try to be concise. If you have any questions, just pause. Have me pause. So these are some of the school districts we're working with. Right at the bottom left there is Soledad School District. We're just about to break ground on a 20 unit, 2-story. And then on the top left there, that's some bridging documents we did for Santa Cruz City Schools, where they are doing 100 units. And so that one is in planning right now. So what did the state legislation show? In 2016, SB 1413 said to school districts, if you have surplus property, you can build on your property. And that was really the start of this movement to do educator workforce housing on school sites. And then AB 1157 came along and said, well, you're a school district, public entity, you don't pay the same tax as a developer. And then just lately, AB 2295 came into effect. That was really authored by LA Unified, and it's particular to urban centers. So if you do pursue workforce housing, it reads very well, but there's some details in there that may not make it appetizing for some of your sites. So school districts are doing projects, and most of your construction goes through Division of State Architects. But workforce housing will not go through the state architect. It's administered by the city. And the city, often we approach the city and they're bemused because it's a project type that they've never done before. They have to administer a state code that they're not familiar with, and then they have to combine that with their local codes. So navigating the entitlement for housing is a little challenging. It starts with educating the local jurisdiction. I must say I've met with your planning staff on educator housing, and they're very supportive. So I will say that for the city. There are some precedents. One that got a lot of press was Jefferson Union High School District, so much so that they host tours. I'm hoping to set up something with this board and administration in the near future. And then there's some other projects, like one being considered in San Mateo now, which is a collaborative with both the school district and the city to do affordable housing. So you can have a mixed housing solution, not just for educators. So for instance, you could partner with somebody like a MedPen, or you know, if the financial model works. There's also JPAs where several school districts will partner, or a school district may partner with the county. So there's a lot of options for you there. Just some key takeaways. So how did this school district fund this? They had language in the bond, much like you do, and they basically funded it with some seed money. So the proportion was the 33 million, but that doesn't pay for it all. So the way they pay for the project, because construction cost is so much, is they'll take a loan for the remaining amount, and that loan gets paid back by the rental income. This is a tour of Jefferson Union. You might know some of these people. That's Santa Cruz School District. Soquel was at that tour as well. They filled all the units, so they try to keep one or two open to retain new staff, but definitely they have rented out most of their units. You should note that educator housing is for the school district, which is very contrary to most housing law, and it's very particular. So it's for say a couple, and one person worked for the school district. If that person leaves the school district, then in this scenario they have 90 days to move out. So particularly always serving school district staff. They're thinking of lessons learned at Jefferson Union High. They're thinking of extending that to 7 years. Just some amenities, and hopefully you get to walk this. We'll talk about it. You definitely need a lot of bike storage, but there's some unique spaces that are particular to educator workforce housing. Definitely there's some collaborative nooks and, community rooms that are really well used by teachers. And most of the survey information we get is that teachers don't mind living together. They actually don't mind being a neighbor. And that was a mystery to us before we took a survey. So we will provide the school district with another staff survey, which I highly recommend that you post to obtain some feedback. So I'm just going to show you a little bit about Santa Cruz City School project. We're currently the program manager on this, and then we'll dive into your sites. This is, we're doing a site at a school which was a closed school on Swift Street, so it was considered surplus property. A report to the board. We make several decisions altogether. Two of the board members sits on a design committee with the facility staff, and so there's always interaction from every level on the decision-making process. We come up with a kind of a yield study for the project, and we developed bridging documents. So this project wasn't delivered in that where it didn't design the project all the way. We used these drawings to solicit a design build team. So we got the cream of the crop from around the Bay Area, went through several interviews. And so the end solution may not look exactly like this. So this is kind of what we're doing today. We're looking at your sites. We're going to show you some, yield studies. So as it turns out, Dale Scott is also your financial analyst, and this is some calculations he did for Santa Cruz City School, which was presented to the board, and this was the basis of their decision to move forward. You can see the numbers there that they roughly split the loan and the bond amount equally to arrive at exactly 100 units. Dale Scott proved that they could pay it back and also save some money for maintenance. Of course, this facility is not maintained by the school staff. You would hire an outside agency. So we looked at several sites. We looked at more sites in general, but we took a deeper dive on these 8 sites. And the ones in red are the ones that we thought were more feasible. Aptos High is kind of a little bit out, it's kind of tucked in the neighborhood. Tough to do a high density project there. Diamond Technology, we looked at a slopey section, didn't get as good a yield. Renaissance High, it's in the coastal zone, so that's gonna take time, and time is money because of escalation. And then Rolling Hills, we looked at a spot there, but we really focused actually on doing the field at Rolling Hills, which is a community collaboration. So we're going to show you the solution for the other 4 sites. These are just some of the numbers, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but it's in your report, and you can review. So again, we're doing a yield study. The yield study is not necessarily what you will land up as a development option. It's really to show you what is the potential units you can do on a site and where, and how do you get that approved. We based it on a 3-story model, typically flat type with a hallway, double-stacked hallway, which is typically the unit style where you get the most yield. And then we based it on a unit mix that had predominantly 2 bedrooms, with some 1 bedrooms, and then very few studios and some 3 bedrooms. So MSD, we estimate we could do 86 units for 76 million project cost. HA Hyde, 95 units for 79 million, and then Freedom Cesar Chavez, we have two options for that site, 81 units, and you can see the cost there. The bottom right cost, I think that should be 76 million, not 66. So that was an error we discovered this morning. So this architecture is actually related to that site. It's just indicative. Again, it may not be what you'll end up with, but it's to give you an idea of the scale of the projects that we're showing. So this particular site has a very clear delineation, triangular site that's separate from the school. The school does not use it right now, so it's truly surplus. It's got its own entrance. So this we think is a really good option. Again, 86 units. And then, there would be outdoor recreational areas typical of any apartment building. This is the floor plan showing the unit mix distribution. So this development is very similar to what Santa Cruz City Schools is doing right now. It's very similar layout. H.A. Hyde Elementary School. Here we were asked to look at a field that wasn't currently being used with parking, and when you consider parking for workforce housing, and because of the time difference, that parking can also be used for the school during the day and the residents during the night. So we got 95 units on this. Again, 3-story proposal. And that's what it may look like in Messing. Freedom Elementary School. This is a tight site, but it's along an area where there's already high-density housing that could really be seen as an extension of that housing. So this was, I think, a feasible development, although it's kind of tight in the way it parks. We did allow for some off-street parking in this solution because of the neighbors being permitted across the road, so we feel that would fit in with the neighborhood. And then lastly, we were asked to add a solution for Cesar Chavez Middle School. So we looked at 2 solutions. In this particular solution, there's a softball field that would have to be relocated, and we could do that and incorporate it in the lower field. And there are some basketball courts there, and we could incorporate those basketball courts within what we're calling the blacktop area. And that would allow you to build 80 units nestled, right into the urban fabric of Watsonville. So that's one solution. And then the second solution is one tucked closer down to the field. And within that project, we would also solve the ADA issues, because there is a severe slope difference between the top campus and the lower field. These are typical units. These are from Jefferson Union High School. Wanted to show you there's a range. So typically really well-appointed units, and I hope you get to see them. There's a long road right now. The entitlement process at Santa Cruz City Schools, I think it's going to take about a year for us to get entitled. That's just the time we made the application, and not all the discussion before, because it's actually taken 5 years. And then, we'll talk about the delivery method on how we solicit contractors and execute. So those are some rough timelines. If you add that all together, you're looking at, 3 to 5 years. So I scooted through that. And hopefully I gave you a good idea. I know some of you've just been on a course. Maybe it's a lot of this information you know already. We're showing roughly an average 80 to 100 units. It really depends on what budget you want to set, and we look at this and figure out how many units and what the unit mix is. We typically like to take give a survey. It really tells us the interest. Firstly, you've got to have interest before you even pursue this project, and then the mix of the potential unit mix that may apply.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We have two, Gabe Medina and Carol Turley.
Get it right, sir. All right. What's up, everybody? It's been an eventful night. Boy. All right, so the Pajaronian's recent article on classroom size, budget cuts, and workforce housing sparked an important conversation online in how we can support both our teachers and students. With this new legislation allowing 2-year-old children in California state preschool programs, pre-K teachers face additional challenges, including potty training. Isn't that insane? Strengthening partnerships with local colleges and bring child development students into the classroom, offering teachers relief and providing students with valuable experience, right? At the same time, the idea of a calpuli. Hey, Soto, over here. Soto? Okay, here we go. Calpuli is a term that describes bridging our young folks with our elder folks. My abuelita is sitting at home watching Cantinflas all day. You know what she could do? She could read a book to a student. She could tell them about growing up in Texas and having to follow the strawberries over here. I think we could be innovative. And the one problem that I really have with this, in no way, shape, or form did we talk about unhoused youth. If we are continuing to have declining enrollment, parents can't afford to have their children at home, we're going to see an increase in houseless youth. And I know many of you don't care about that, which is why we voted you out. But to consider that is something that needs to be implemented, because if we keep declining, what good is this housing? So I think we need to be very thoughtful about the fact that we do have students that are unhoused in this district. Soto, come back. Soto. Oh, we almost got you. All right. But please keep that in mind. I love this idea, but I also want to hear the teachers, and I also want to hear what they want to do, because quite frankly, I don't know how I'd feel about living with my coworkers. Just putting that out there. Thank you.
We all know what it's like trying to find housing in this county, so I think it's probably a good idea to move forward. But I've talked to some teachers who don't want to live near their coworkers, so I was really glad to hear that the consulting architect recommended that there be a survey done of the existing staff. I think that's critical.
All right, and now I will bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any deliberation from the board? Trustee Flores.
Just to say thank you for coming out and presenting this to us, and I apologize for the disruption in the beginning. You powered through that, managed to keep our attention. But I thank you for this presentation, and I look forward to looking into this a lot more.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Anyone else? Trustee Dr. Navarro.
I just wanted to thank you for your thoughtful presentation. Clearly, trying to recruit teachers to this area is really challenging given the cost of living, and additionally, not just teachers certified, but also classified worker. And so I like the idea that we're including not just the teachers, but also the support staff that does such an important job in our district. And of course, youth, sorry, it's been a long night. Unhoused youth is clearly a problem, but I feel like that's a completely separate issue that probably isn't related to teacher housing, and probably should be addressed at another venue. I just hope that going forward, that as a board, I know I'm new to this and my head is somewhat spinning, but I hope that we can be respectful in the community to the board, because most of us are up here doing this mostly as a volunteer position, and I just think there's a certain decorum and respect that we need to show all of this. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dr. Navarro. Trustee DeSerpa.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. We had looked into this once before, a few years back. I don't know where those reports went, but that would probably be good for you to have those so you could see where we had actually planned a couple of different sites already.
Yeah.
Did you see those already?
I was involved.
Or was it you?
I was a consultant for your consultants.
Perfect. So you already know. Okay. I thought one of the sites was Soldo and Soldo School. No?
I can't remember, but we did. look at MSD at that time as
maybe,
well.
yeah, okay.
But because the law changed, you can go much, more dense now.
I was recently, I think it was in July, I was in Albuquerque with my daughter, helping her move to a new place. And I was live streaming, I think it was the governor or Tony Thurmond talking about the surplus properties that we have all over the state to build workforce housing.
Yep.
And that he was really encouraging school districts to look into this. What is the extra funding mechanism from the state, if any? It seemed like when he was doing the live stream, like there was
So
something.
the state architect is trying to make it easier, so they're thinking to move the jurisdiction to the DSA, but DSA is not set up to review these type of plans, but that would help with speed. No funding on the state level.
Okay.
I think there's might be some funding if you do an affordable housing with maybe some, low-income families, and you partner up with a affordable developer that might be.
Do any of
it's-
these units qualify to be counted in the housing element that the county is required to certify this with the state?
That's a great question, and you're the
No
second
one's
one
been
who
able
asked
to
me
ask-
that.
yeah, no one's been
I'm
able
not
to
sure. I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when we went through this process before, I don't think you came before us, but somebody else
No.
did.
Just
And
Dominic Dutra, maybe.
maybe that
Yes.
sounds familiar. One of the things that I thought would be a good idea, and I don't know if it would pencil out fiscally, but would be to provide reduced rents
Yes.
for our teachers and instead have the amount that they might normally pay for rent go
Yeah.
into a trust fund so that when they leave in 5-7 years, they have a down payment to buy something.
Yes, sorry, that was complete oversight. That is in the presentation. So Santa Cruz City School has a goal of 65% of market rate.
Great.
So most of the school districts are trying to be lower market rate. And then there's some companies like Landed in San Francisco that will help teachers set up a fund, as you described.
Yeah, I think, not positive, but I thought Landed had shut down.
Oh,
But
really?
Maybe we should look into that because
Yeah.
we actually had them here in our district helping
Oh, okay.
teachers buy homes,
Yeah.
providing mortgage help, but I'm not sure that they're still doing that, but let's check. But thank you very much for expanding on that.
Anyone else? Trustee Dodge Jr.
I'd just like to say thank you for the presentation. I saw something kind of similar in San Diego, and everything looks right onto what you were saying. I think the idea of having a survey is also good to kind of hear what teachers have to say, but also too how you talked about, again, having classified workers being able to live in these housing, because it's very important too for our classified workers. And I lost my train of thought. I had another point, but thank you though.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge Jr.
There's a lot of public entities looking to partner or that just don't get it together. I know the county owns land here in Watsonville. They want to do workforce housing. So many entities are working.
I got my train of thought back.
Yeah, go ahead.
I also know there's going to be committees where people can be involved. I know there's a trustee that needs to be involved.
Yes.
People from the community are involved. So hopefully, once we get this going, people can join the committees to get their voices heard and see that we're trying to do our best to make sure we can house our workers for PVSD. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee Flores.
Can we go to the slide where you had the 4 sites that you looked deeper into? You had, and 2 of them were red.
4.
Sorry. That one. No.
Not this one?
Yes, but then the next one, it looks like you're actually maybe highlighting.
Yeah, we're highlighting some actual, square footages. FAR means floor area ratio, so that's a combination of how big is your unit per the site unit.
Mhm.
It's a ratio. The cities look at that because they generally have a density limitation.
Okay,
Yeah.
so after looking at all the previous sites, you weren't narrowing it down to these 2 being the most like optimistic ones. I'm just curious why the red on those two.
Oh, so this should be one slide. So it's this slide and the next slide. So it's actually four sites. And what we are bringing you tonight is actually not a recommendation. It's raw information. I think we're going to, be having discussions and narrowing it down. I think we need the survey to refine this. We need you guys maybe to take a tour, look at the similar, just be informed.
Okay.
And then we can narrow it down to a site. I think there's lots of moving parts when we consider the master plan and the expenditures as well for school.
Thank you.
Trustee Dr. Navarro.
I think important in the survey also would be where is the biggest need in the school district for this housing, and not just where people are working, but where like their families are, where they're living. And so I think that'll be really important in choosing which sites, which one is seen among our community as being the most optimal for the best price too.
Yeah, Trustee DeSerpa.
What's making this available to us right now, this is like a dream come true for a board. You guys are going to be it's so exciting that you get to preside over this amazing project. And it's really the community and the voters who voted this in. So I just want to say thank you to our community who believed in the district enough to vote this Measure M in so that we could actually get this off the ground. I think this is going to be a huge help in recruiting and retaining excellent teachers to our community. So anyway, thank you, Ralph.
Anyone else? So final comments from me on this tonight will be, I absolutely 100% agree, and I appreciate that was one of the first things you said when you came up was commenting to Trustee Dodge Jr.'s comment about calling this workforce housing, not educator housing. Because when we, and I believe that would be probably Trustee DeSerpa and I were the two that were on the board at the time when this was originally brought under previous administration, started this conversation, it was with that intent. It was with the intent, and when we say educator, it almost sounds like we're leaving out our classified personnel, which is really our biggest body of population of employees in this district. So I would really encourage and emphasize that maybe you transition the language to workforce housing. And also to comment on a few things Trustee DeSerpa said. One, with regards to the part about the rent and the money going into a trust, right, under the lower paid rent, but then the full rent, but then that other part going into a trust that could be there so that when they leave, our employees leave that housing and however long, that they can potentially have that money would be there for monies for down payment for a home in the area. Yep. That is another huge component. I think that's really important. And again, reminding others of the community that it was the electorate that voted this in with the understanding of that workforce housing was a component. When they voted for the bond, workforce housing was a clear spoken component of what was to be looked at for part of that, of passing of that bond. So I just would like to remind everyone to keep that at their forefront. That's what the electorate voted in. So, okay. And then to just chime on some initial comments that Trustee Dr. Navarro said. Yes, it's absolutely important that people be respectful at board meetings and to treat others with decency, dignity, and respect. And with that, we are going to move on to 11.2, which is also being presented by you. Thank you.
Get to do all the fun stuff. Okay, so tonight we're going to talk about Oro Valley High School. This is really an extension of the master plan. And so these projects were identified, and we looked particularly at this site to do feasibility on 2 projects. So yeah, that's just showing a typical proscenium stage, and that's very typical of Aptos High, for instance. Okay. So tonight we're going to look at Performing Arts Center location. There was one designed in 2019. We'll do some site analysis. Again, precedent study. It's good to learn from projects that are already built in our area. And we'll look at some optimization of potentially of the current design you have, make it more affordable and even match the program a little better. Some CEQA, the process and where that ended and how we should take that up again, and then the cost. And then also we're looking at potential aquatic center and the cost of that as well. So this Performing Arts Center was approved in 2019. I actually don't know, the funding. I think that I know that CEQA is a very costly and time-consuming process, and that's where this project landed. It was approved, but not built. And you can see on the left there on the site plan, it was attached to the building and angled out. So we're saying that that's a good location, and we'll this will, as you come up the drive, it'll be your marquee building. It'll really make an impact on the site from an architectural point of view. Give it character. Look a little bit different from the other buildings around it. So I'm working on new Performing Arts Center at Soquel School District now. So I'm borrowing some of these slides. We walked every Performing Arts Center in the county to compare the seats. How did they get to the number of seats? What amenities do they have? And what was their approach? San Lorenzo High is the smallest PAC. I live in Ben Lomond. I was on the bond oversight committee for that building. I can tell you that building, it's low key, but it gets used every night. Doesn't have many seats, but the community are showing plays there. I drive past, there's always something going on. Aptos High, beautiful facility, bigger. When we do start to get into the 450, 500 seats, we got to be careful on that. Having a lot of seats doesn't necessarily make the experience better. You're in education, you want kids to be doing plays often. You don't want the audience to feel scattered around. So considering your seat count, more is not always better. Just a point on that. So we tried to do an equity study. There's one area, the Aptos High was designed in 2005, not built. It was built around 2008. So it's a minor error. But we, just for an equity point of view, we tried to look across the board in the county and what's your current enrollment. We developed a factor. Based on that factor, what would potentially be a good seat amount for Pajaro Valley High School? Now, I got to say that the plans that you have approved are 450, so we could do 450, but we're recommending maybe a few less might better suit that facility. And before we move, when we move ahead with that project, we want to revisit the drama program, make sure that the current plan that you have approved matches that program. So we did walk up the site. You might recognize some people in the picture there. Beautiful facility. It's got, it's got the bigger stage and the orchestra pit there that's covered in this picture. We do have a strong team of consultants. We have acoustic consultant, theater consultant, that, if we develop this project more, would be able to talk about all the nuances. And then as we design all these spaces, consider each, individual kind of amenity or a support space. I'll give you an example. The control room at SLV is one of the biggest control rooms I saw, but it's on the smallest PSC, and you know why? Because they teach kids in that control room. And all those kids go down and go to the movie industry and have great careers. So we're always looking for that connection with CTE, and not just being on stage, but doing something that's supporting the arts. So this is just kind of more information on those aspects. So we looked at your design and we looked at some cost enhancements that I'll go through now. But this is really important. So we met with, again, the city of Watsonville when SECRE is run, the environmental process is run for school district projects by the school board. So when you're doing a new classroom building or, on your site, it's run, but because this is in the coastal zone, the agent was the city. And the city, the project for the Performing Arts Center was approved. You went through the entitlement process, you got entitlements, you got CEQA, but with CEQA there was conditions of approval, and those conditions of approval were not completed in the required time. So they're expired in June 25th, 2021. So you have all that data. The city is telling us that at a minimum you would have to re-advertise the CEQA for 90 days. And then there may still be an appeal period. So this is a process I'm highly recommending to get going again, to have entitlement. And what entitlement is a general word that just means that once you have entitlement, you have planning approval, you have CEQA approval, and you can start doing your building planning and get a building permit. So we took the plans that were developed. You can see the architecture they picked at that time, almost exactly to the site, a lot of flat roofs, and I think part of that is there are a lot of birds pooping on roofs. I don't know how to say that better, but I think they picked this architecture for a reason, but it fits in well with the campus, and that's literally how that plan would look. But you can see on this plan there's lots of angular walls. The one negative of this plan, we feel, is that it's hard against an existing building, so that would have to be a heavy fire-rated wall, which is very expensive. We feel like this plan could be a little bit more efficient. This is the way it would look from an aerial view. So this is the plans approved in 2018. So we did an analysis, said, well, what if we shrink that out a bit? You can see the dashed red line is the layout of the existing building. We feel we could shave 2,000 to 3,000 square foot off the building. Right now I'm working on a music building for Monterey Peninsula College, and the square foot rate is $1,200 a square foot, and it's only going up. So when other than the approval process, the cost of this building is going to be something that we'd have to discuss as well. So we're looking at potential efficiencies. It's just a diagram of the two approaches. The second approach, I had my team do just some design of what the PSC could look like. This is an alternate universe, but we can. I think the key takeaways here: do we want to revisit those plans, or you have plans already? Do we want to just resubmit them? And I think there's a process to go through to make that choice. We think that PSC also, it should be a signature building. because of its prominence, and not just blend our way. So something you have an opportunity to make a splash, make the community proud of their investment. So cost. Cost is a moving factor. It's not one price. You can't say, oh, I'm going to build this building for 20 million. Well, maybe if you do it today, if you do it in 5 years, it's going to be a lot more because of escalation. So we've given you some cost comparison, and those are just construction costs, not project cost. I'm going to show you project cost on the last slide. So project cost is construction cost plus the soft cost that it takes you to get there. Let's look at the pool, aquatic center, pool location. So we're locating it just on the other open lawn area. We're looking at providing a covered pool. The district feels just that an open pool, just because of its being nestled in the with birds and sea life, that it would need to be enclosed. So the most efficient structure there would be somewhat of a butler building, but still can be nicely appointed. So something like this with some restrooms and change rooms, and it would be more screened. The walls would be more screened, so it'd still be open air. Would save you money in HVAC and still be a pleasant place to be. Some views, potential views, and again, this pool shape is matches Aptos. So we just took Aptos as a precedent and matched the look and feel. So this is a summary slide of the costs of the two potential projects, Performing Arts Center and pool. Natatorium is a term for an enclosed pool. And so if you just assume that you're doing both of these projects in, I don't know, 4 years, you can add them up and you can kind of see where you get to. Just in terms of timing, we feel like the Performing Arts Center is achievable in the next few years. The pool would still have to go through the CEQA process, so that's going to take some time. So that, just looking back at history, that could be 3 years before you even get approval to do your construction drawings. So I would say definitely on a phasing, you're doing your Performing Arts Center first, and then, you have time to consider your execution plan for the pool. Thank you.
Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any deliberation from the board? Student trustee.
Thank you for the presentation. I know, talking to a lot of students, me and Superintendent Contreras have been working really hard towards addressing all the inequities across the different comprehensive high schools, and I think currently right now Pajaro Valley is the only high school that doesn't have a PAC and a swimming pool. So I think this is something that's really hopeful towards all students there. And I think while we're also on the topic of Pajaro Valley, another thing that's been brought to my attention by other students is just the lights on the field. And I know in 2017, when the settlement was reached with the district, it was included that lights would never be installed. And I know Trustee Flores talked about it a couple board meetings ago about potentially doing LED lights. And I just wanted to add that there's no California state law that prohibits school stadium lights from shining into the wildlife. I know that was an issue because of the slough. The only relevant law related to this matter would be the California Environmental Quality Act, which just mandates that any project with potential environmental impacts, including wildlife habits, must undergo review. And then I know for the settlement under California Code of Civil Procedure 664.6, parties can modify the agreement or settlement through mutual consent and then present the modified agreement to the court for enforcement. So I was just wondering, Superintendent, if we could have legal counsel look into this settlement, just to get some clarification.
Thank you. This is actually something we are currently working on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Trustee DeSerpa?
Just to clarify the settlement, it wasn't about wildlife, although that is definitely a consideration on that campus because it's in such a sensitive habitat. It was more about the airport giving permission and the Pilots Association because the lights at night as the planes are taking off or landing can cause people to get disoriented apparently. So that was like the main problem there, but I'm glad we're looking into it. Again, this is just another thing that is a dream realized, and it's so exciting to have these plans in front of us tonight. So thank you very much for bringing them, and I hope it gets done as soon as possible because prices continue to rise. I mean, even in 2 years' time, the cost of labor and et cetera, sometimes can get very expensive. Oh, I know I have another question that I meant to ask before, but it actually pertains to this job. I know the state passed the bond, right? The education facilities bond?
Yes.
And so last time we had projects that were shovel-ready, but there was no bond, and there's, I know, a long line of a list of other districts at the DSA waiting to get reimbursed for many of the projects that have already incurred.
Yep.
So what do you think the likelihood is that we could get some reimbursement out of the state for this particular project or this suite of projects?
So putting one on my other hat, because
Yes.
I was involved with the master plan. As we execute those master plan, we're going to make sure that every project of yours gets state funding. But there's steps you got to take. It has to go to CDE. You don't have to go to CDE to build something, but if you want to get funding, you need to get CDE approval, and you have to have a DSA approval for a project. But then also for new construction, you have to show an increase in your enrollment to get new construction funding. There's modernization funding, which is related to age of buildings. So there's a cyclical age where you get modernization. So I'm not sure that there's any funding for this particular building, but there will definitely be for a lot of the other structures.
That's great, because we have big needs also at Aptos High. The other thing I would like to say is that after the, and Peggy can probably back me on this, after the Aptos High Performing Arts Center was built with the bond, it didn't cover the whole cost. And so there weren't any lights, for example. There was not a projector. Those things came later, and we actually got a screaming deal on some lights that were coming out of some performing arts center in Los Angeles, I think, because our sound or our lights person used to work there and knew that they were replacing all their lights. So then we got them at a much reduced cost and were able to install them. But then for years we had no good projector, so we had like an LED projector like strapped to a stool sitting on a chair. It was embarrassing, So I'm hopeful that everything can be done for this project at the same time.
Yeah, we have a great consultant with Shelik. You can look them up. They're theater AV consultant, and they don't miss anything. A lot of the equipment actually in the control rooms have got smaller and does a lot more. So that's the good news. But yeah, we try not to miss everything.
Anyone else? Trustee Dodds Jr.
Thank you again for your presentation. Just kind of echoing what my colleagues are saying, hopefully we could work on this project as soon as we can. Hopefully we could work with the city to get the CEQA permit, I guess they need to be done. Even though, I represent Watsonville High School here on the board, there's still constituents that feel angered, disappointed, that Pajaro Valley High School was never finished. And hopefully we could make that school our priority to give them what they voted for previously. The bond was close, which I kind of figured because there was a lot of angry people. People were upset because they felt cheated. The taxpayers felt cheated. And so hopefully we could make them a priority and then work our way out because we owe that to the taxpayers and to people of Watsonville and the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge Jr. Trustee Flores?
Thank you again for this presentation, and I agree with Trustee DeSerpa that this is going to be very exciting. This community has been without for so long and has been asking for this for so long that it's exciting to be able to say that it's going to happen. Thank you to the voters for voting Measure M. That's going to allow us to be able to do this. And Daniel, I just want to say that's very impressive that, you know, you were presented with an obstacle and you did your research and you're going to push it through. And, you know, I will be right there, right behind you, helping you through that, because that's, you know, that's the last little bit that they need there is those lights. And I'm all for trying to make that happen for them. So thank you.
Anyone else? Any weds? All right, seeing none, I'll make the last comments on this topic. My only thoughts and comments on this is that myself, Vice President Soto, and Trustee Dodge Jr. sit on the JPA committee for the Mello Center. And the Mello Center, and I think just a note that I pointed out to the superintendent, the date for the Watsonville High was incorrect. It said 1988. It's actually 1994. We're in its 30th anniversary this year because of a little thing called an earthquake that happened in '89.
Because that's the date we see on the plans.
Yes,
so,
yes, that's okay. But I just want to point, just for your own point of reference for going forward. And I was looking at some of the others that you mentioned, like for instance the Crocker Center, and really the best facility in the entire county when it comes to acoustics is the Mello Center, and hands down. And the Symphony loves to use that facility. They use it quite frequently. Next to the Civic Center, they do not like the Crocker Center. It has horrible acoustics. There was not good thorough planning that went into that. So I'm not sure if that's like a forefront, you know, of what the intent will be, like, you know, and is there going to be thought to be looking at renting this to others that could pay rent, like the Symphony.
Yep.
You know, acoustics matter. And so in 1994, it was done, very well done, at the Mello Center with that JPA between PVSD and the city of Watsonville. So I just wanted to drop that sort of seed maybe to think about, like, what is the real intent and the purpose, and if that is part of the thought process there. Because out of all the buildings that you mentioned in the county, the only one hands down that has the acoustics is the Mello Center, which is a 30-year-old building.
Yes, so I think we're considering all the structures in the master plan. I would also say I have a geeky acoustic works around with sound meter, and would like to see that space. So
Well, it's just because I do know it's a big disappointment and a big failure with the Crocker Center at Cabrillo College. So I certainly wouldn't want to see that.
Yeah, they have impressive annex, like practice rooms there. It's quite extensive. So we treat that just for information. I have not.
Sure. No.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for coming this evening and staying and hanging out.
My pleasure.
Can I
Thank
make
you.
just one little pitch?
Sure.
The Mello Center needs an upgrade to the bathrooms, for sure. It is like the jewel of Watsonville to have that space, and we just need to make it beautiful so that our community appreciates, and we appreciate our community. Thank you.
And those are part of what our discussions have been at the meetings with the city of Watsonville, considering that it's a JPA and it's a shared venture, which part of that conversation was that if this bond passed, that there could be a committal of funds, because the city had promised us under the previous administration, I forget how many million was it, for upgrades, but the previous administration refused. So that was part of the conversation that we had on the committee with our fellows at the city about that the district could look to commit some funds for upgrades, and especially, for instance, when the Symphony is there, and I've been there when that's happening, and the bathrooms are a nightmare. I mean, there's just not even enough space. So that is definitely, and also looking at there's a lot of other upgrades that need to continue to happen at the Mello Center. So hopefully there'll be some committed funds from this bond to be matched, and the city will still have their funds to match us for a different topic, Mello Center. But thank you again.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good night. I'll now move us to item 11.3, Community-Based Science Initiatives, and this report will be presented by Michael Russo, our Science Director.
I'm going to ask Sylvester if would you mind navigating the slides for me, so that way I can go through my notes. Yes. Hi, good evening, Board President Acosta, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Contreras. I'm Michael Russo. I'm the Director of Science and Health. Thank you for your time and your attention as I briefly share some community-based science initiatives that our teachers and students have been engaged in for the last couple of years. So these initiatives support both teacher development and student engagement. They also confirm how education is transformative when it connects classroom learning to the students' lives and the local community. So I'm going to talk about two programs tonight. They're both related. The first one, they're both acronyms. DIG Camp is an acronym for Data and Geosciences Collaboration and Mentoring Program. Now you know why we use the acronym DIG Camp. That is student-facing, that's on the left there. And then that has evolved, and now we are with DIG It. It's very closely related, but instead it is focused on teachers, and that is Data and Geosciences in Teaching. The goal of both of these is to support and increase underrepresented and first-generation college students' entry into STEM fields, STEM being science, technology, engineering, and math. Both of these programs are totally funded by National Science Foundation grants and implemented through partnerships with UC Berkeley and UC Santa Cruz science departments. I've now worked with both those organizations, both those universities for 4 years, and I want to publicly recognize and thank both of them. These programs would not have happened without their collaboration and support. They are amazing partners. I'm going to go into a little bit detail about, actually, can you go to the next slide, please? Yep, and if you hit it one more time. So this is DIG Camp. This was the student-facing program, and this happened, we had 2 cohorts for the past 2 years, a total of 35 students, a cohort of 17 students and then 18 students that were in the program. And the goal was to expose high school seniors to real-life science experiences so that they could envision science as a potential career pathway. And so they could see actually who does science and how it's done. And I think what they saw was quite different what they imagined going in. So how we did this was, and you can read the bullets up there and see, but in general, both cohorts of students, each summer, 17 students lived, worked, ate, and slept up at UCSC for 10 days. And they were mentored by undergraduate UC students. They also worked with researchers in their labs, and they visited community science partners and had field experiences where they collected and analyzed real-world data, culminating in a science project at the end of that 10 days. All the while, they were exploring STEM careers, earning a stipend, getting a taste of college life, having fun, and collaborating with their PVUSD peers across different schools. It was amazing, and I think life-changing for quite a few of those students. On the next couple of slides, you're just going to see some of what we're talking about and what they're doing up at UCSC, Porter College, where they live, visiting labs and field experience. If you go to the next slide, thank you. You can see the students at some of those science community partner sites. All right, next slide. So the students used data, and as I say, they did a research project. If you can go to the next slide, please. So at the end of their 10 days up at UCSC, working with their mentors, the students chose a research project to develop and to investigate. And on the right are some of those projects they did. You can see they're community-based. And in the photo, what you see there is Rosario Lopez Garcia, a PV high school student in the brown sweater, presenting her research on pesticides on strawberries in the Pajaro Valley. Rosario chose this topic because her grandfather was a farm worker and his health was negatively impacted by picking strawberries in the fields. What's also pretty cool about this slide is they are presenting at the American Geophysical Union Conference at the Moscone Center in San Francisco. This is December of 2023. This is the largest international earth science conference with 20,000 scientists participating in this. And the students got to go there, get a free lunch, listen to keynote speakers, and present their research. Is pretty impactful for them. Next slide. You have a handout and you can read more about their poster and their research and their presentation. Here they are at the AGU conference as well. Next slide. This slide is at the end of Dig Camp in February, because after our Summer Institute, we have 4 Saturdays focused on college visits and supporting them in college and career pathways. We have a cake and we invite their families and we celebrate their conclusion of the program. And they're in the hallway right outside here in the boardroom, sharing their poster presentations and their research with their parents and families, and then we give them all certificates. It's a pretty exciting end to the program. So I just want to share, we knew it would be impactful, and what students said is that they never realized how much science was happening right in their own community. That in itself is great. It also broadened their view of science and science careers and the multiple disciplines that are involved. That's why I say, like, going in, their view of science was quite different from when they exited the program after a year. And for some, it actually helped them confirm their college major. Next slide, please. So, besides providing unique science learning experiences for students, especially the 4 follow-up Saturdays, it really helps students, it made tangible for them that higher education in a STEM field is feasible for them. We did a follow-up survey last month, and we heard from 32 of 35 Dig Camp students, and 24 of those 32 who responded are now in university pursuing STEM careers. So that's exciting. All right. Now, Dig Camp, after our 2 cohorts, that sunsetted, and it evolved into Dig It, where we scaled up and focused on teachers so that we can impact even more students. We took our learnings from Dig Camp and what we learned with the students and many of our community science partners and applied it to supporting teachers. So you can see here those, the program components of our Dig It program. And so we have a cohort of 7 teachers in the program, and next year we hope to have 10 more teachers, so that'd be 17 teachers from 5 different high schools in the district. They also had a summer institute, and they didn't live up at UCSC, but they came here to the district and we went out on field experiences. And out of our 10 community science partners, if you go to the next slide, you'll see here are our partners, Esperanza Community Farms and many other community science partners. We visited each of these sites and they viewed them from a lens of what is their science curriculum, what are their standards, and which community science partner they could best partner with to make the curriculum more engaging and relevant for their students. They then are, right now, those 7 teachers are working with one of these partners to develop a mini unit to use real life data from those partners in their classrooms, have students analyze that data, have guest speakers come in, and they have customized field trips that the partners are going to have their students visit them, so they customize it to their curriculum. Okay. Next slide, please. So this Summer Institute, we learned that teachers were really excited about it, and teachers left feeling like every secondary science teacher should have that experience and know what science is happening around them in their community. And although they don't get to work with one community science partner, they got to experience all 10, the research that all 10 of them are doing. So just for, in conclusion, talking about long-term and sustainability, we realized that we know the impact of real life science has on students' engagement and careers in STEM fields. And as a district administrator, we know that not all students get that opportunity. So what we're hoping to do is, through this program, to sustain it through our relationships with our community science partners, strengthen those, keep those going, and also we are going to archive all of the units that teachers are developing in the program, so all teachers can have access to them in the future, and hopefully engage and even more students to pursue STEM careers. This is some of the most exciting work I've done as a director, and thank you for your time and allowing me to share it with you.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
I have two speakers, Marilyn Garrett, Nelly Vaquera.
I like this, so I have room to put my clipboard. This is too big. Or let's see. So I'm looking at your mission statement. It's to educate and support journalists and reaching their highest potential. They can't do that when they're being forced. You know, for example, is to have mandatory ecological and organic agriculture, because regulation is a system of permitting and perpetuating corporate harm. Prohibition of pesticides prevents poisoning, so buffer zones, etc., are inadequate. Part of the mission statement is to prepare students to pursue successful futures and make positive contribution. A positive contribution would be to insist on their right not to be poisoned and to eliminate the domination of these pesticide corporations. This work goes back decades. Rachel Carson in 1962 wrote Silent Spring, which influenced me greatly. And she starts out, for as long as man has dwelt on this planet, spring has been the season of rebirth and the singing of birds. Now in some parts of America, spring is strangely silent, for many of the birds are dead. Incidental victims of the reckless attempt to control our environment by the use of chemicals that poison not only the insects against which they are directed.
Ms. Garrett, that is your time, and you're actually over time, so we need to move to our next speaker. Ms. Vaquera Boggs, you are up next. Ms. Garrett, you are out of time. Please step away from the podium so the next public speaker can come up and speak. You're out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a great piece of literature, by the way.
Yeah, if you have any questions, I'm glad to answer about the history.
Good evening, board. Thank you, Marilyn. And it's cool that you have those signs from so long ago. My name is Nelly Vaquera Boggs, and I go by Nelly Vaquera, or Nelly. I worked at a school site that's right next to an ag field, and as a result, after many years, ended up getting asthma as an adult. So that's been fun. But what I just want to commend the science department, because I think that this is relevant science. I was a 7th grade math science teacher. And it's wonderful when students feel that when they can make that connection, because a lot of the academics can sometimes be very abstract. So this is a really great opportunity, not only for our teachers for PD, but for our students, that, where science is relevant. But Maryland has a grand point. We live in an agricultural community. Agriculture is really important. But agriculture also has its harms. And so we have, as a teachers union, we have advocated for safety in our communities, and safety around our school sites. So we have always advocated for there to be buffer zones. I have spoken at state hearings in advocating for those buffer zones. And so I'm up here to speak mainly as a past math science teacher, but also, and the relevance of this, but as an example in that the importance of our students to know how to be aware of their communities and their learning environments, and then how to learn how to research and advocate for safer learning communities. So thank you for having this opportunity, and maybe when I go back in the classroom next year, I can take advantage. All right.
I'll bring this back to the board for questions, comments, deliberation. Is there any deliberation from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Russo, for your presentation this evening.
Hello. Of course I have something to say, Mr. Russo.
Sorry.
I was nodding yes.
I'm sorry.
Well, I gotta tell you, I spoke to you here at a DLAC meeting last spring and told you a little bit about it. You're like, you should share this with the board. So
It's wonderful. So there's, to me, I mean, it's nice to have this cohort of kids that are going through, but I feel like we need to expand the cohort to many, many more kids across our district, and I know that's expensive. Could it happen through like extended learning, or how can we expand this to more students?
So ultimately, that would be my dream, is to both have the student component and the teacher component parallel each other. And we have one more year with Bigot to support teachers. And my goal is to explore funding and additional grants that can maybe achieve that dream.
That would be great.
I
think
agree.
we could start with the community foundation. I know there's a lot of people that are interested in STEM, including
Yeah.
the two of us, because we really want to encourage kids to go into careers like medicine, and they need to get turned on to science early. One of the things we sort of made an informal pact with a former superintendent that when all of the solar arrays went up, the cost savings that we were saving from PG&E because of the solar, some of that money would be put into our science programs, because I was a parent who would sit in a classroom and have teachers beg parents to donate money for basic safety equipment in their labs. And I thought that was a shame and a disappointment. So I'm hopeful that we could still fund, in fact, that's a question for you today. Do we have the equipment we need in our science labs across the district?
We actually fund the high schools quite a bit, for like $10,000 for Watsonville High School. And Aptos High School and PP High School gets $12,000 for their science program each year. We know that science is material intensive, and it, unlike a lot of other content areas, it requires sufficient funding. I actually, hearing you talk about the possibilities about continuing these kind of programs, I literally have chills up here, because that is my dream and my goal to do that. And just hearing, brainstorming with all of you about ways that we can do that is exciting. And I know there is a lot of interest in getting underrepresented students into STEM. And so, yeah, I look forward to working with all of you.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Dr. Navarro.
Another thing I'd really love to see in the district is utilizing the resources that we have in this community. I mean, I went to Bobby Bell's class last week, and it was wonderful to be there and to talk to the students about kind of my journey getting into medicine. But I don't think we have enough. What I was hearing from the students that day, which actually Mr. Pels was a little surprised to hear, is they don't see those paths for themselves. They didn't feel encouraged overall that that was a dream that they could actually fulfill.
Yeah.
And so I think that we could do probably better as a district, and no offense to anybody, but as a community, we have tons of smart people in this community that are involved in STEM professions. You know, I have a very diverse workforce at the hospital where we work in the emergency department. And so one of our PAs, went to Watsonville High School. So I think that we could do better about incorporating the people that actually succeeded in this community to come back and inspire our students.
I agree.
Thank you both for your comments. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
so
Russo.
much.
And now I will move us to 11.4, the differentiated assistance, and this report will be presented by Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Mr. Berman.
Good evening, President Acosta, members of the board, and Dr. Contreras. Tonight I'm bringing forward this report regarding differentiated assistance. Our goal is to inform you of what DA is and how we qualified for it, and what we're going to do about this designation. The gist is that differentiated assistance is a designation based on California dashboard data, and it's intended to support districts in addressing disparities in the performance of different student groups. It aligns with our vision and mission, specifically creating environments where every student thrives. It also aligns with our district goals, specifically goals 1 and 3, sorry. So what is it? It is additional support, mostly provided through the county, to address low-performing students, specifically disparities in groups, in student groups. It calls out and acknowledges inequities within our educational system, and this is pulled from data from the California dashboard. It lasts 2 years, but eligibility is updated annually, so every year you can qualify, but once you qualify, you're in it for 2 years with support from the county. So how do we get here? So it's one or more student groups performing in the red, and just a real quick primer, the California dashboard, the way you know what proficiency level and growth levels are, it's like Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So you're striving to get to blue because that's when you show the greatest growth and proficiency. So one or more student groups performing in red on the dashboard in 2 or more LCFF priority areas. So if you recall, there's different priority areas like college and career, suspension, absenteeism, and then the academic areas as well. And so for an example, our English learners, if this isn't one of our groups, but if English learners are performing in the red in English language arts and chronic absenteeism, they would qualify. Another way is if one or more student groups are performing in all red and orange. For example, again, economically disadvantaged students performing in red in language arts, and then orange in all the other priority areas. There's a new thing that came out, which is DA 2.5. And this is an even more intensive technical assistance between the county and also the California Collaborative Educational Excellence, which is a nonprofit specifically established to support the districts with intensive needs. This is even more specific capacity building to develop and implement those actions that will bring about the change to provide equity to our students. And you get there for having 3 or more of those student groups on the dashboard that qualify for DA for 3 of 4 consecutive years. So over the course of time, if you consistently have 3 or more groups, then you qualify for 2.5. DA, it's really important to acknowledge that it is a collaborative between the county and a district, and that it's not punitive. It really is intended to develop actions and strategies to produce better data, better results, better proficiency for our students, specifically those subgroups. It is a clear acknowledgement of the inequities within our educational system. That is the core of what is to be addressed. Again, supporting the collaboration, and it really is supposed to be personalized for the sites and specifically for those student groups. Okay, so here's the color. Here's our 23 data. This is where we were qualifying. This was how we qualified for our DA. The 2 groups that are highlighted in red are the groups that where we qualify. As you can see, foster youth and students with disabilities. You'll see that we are in the red for English language arts and mathematics for many of our groups. But the reason why we qualify for foster youth and students with disabilities is, if you can see on the right, under graduation and suspension rates, we're also red there. So that's how we qualified for those 2 specific groups. One thing that is talked about in the state is whether or not to separate the English learner progress from area 4 of pupil achievement. If that were to happen, we would have qualified for English learners as well, but that is still part of area 4. Updated data, this is from the new dashboard, which came out recently. This pulled before I got the red, but we still, if you look at foster youth and students with disabilities, foster youth, we qualify because of language arts and suspension rate. And we qualify with students with disabilities because of language arts, math, and college and career readiness. You do see that we did improve with our graduation rate and suspension rate if you toggle back and forth, though the reports aren't designed in the same way. And I'm hoping we get questions later where we can go back to these if you have them. If you like acronyms, this is your page. Real quick snapshot is that DA is intended to be a plan to support our LCAP, which is our district-wide plan, and the school-specific SIPSA plans, right? And so we have our overarching plans, schools have their individual plans, and the schools that we've talked about in the past identified as comprehensive support and improvement and additional targeted support and improvement, that's what the ATSI stands for. Those are the site-specific versions of DA, basically. And all 3 of those, DA, CSI, and ATSI, are call-outs to those inequities within our system and within our schools that we really need to address in order to get to equitable outcomes for our students. And again, we can come back to this, but really the idea is that it's an integral part of our improvement plan for all of our students, and specifically for those that we have that data on. The next steps is really to build a team, build a plan, and implement and demonstrate improvement with our subgroups and all of our students. And I do want to call out a few of our current initiatives. The ones where we're partnering is through our district-wide CSI funds. We've talked about the 10 sites that have been identified for CSI. Seven of them are doing the creative leadership solutions, which is working with a coach to support the administration and support implementation of quality learning committees with leadership teams within their schools. So it's working with administrators, working with teachers. SWAN Math is at 3 of our schools, 2 elementary and 1 middle school. You learned about them in our last meeting. And then a couple of things I want to call out that Dr. Contreras asked us to do when we started beginning was the graduation rate intervention team. So we've met with each of the comprehensive high schools after their first grading period, and we looked at data. We dove deeply in the data of what students were getting D's and F's, in which classes, and we worked with each school to come up with a plan so that when we got to the quarter grading period, we had some interventions in place. And so we're about to go back at the next quarter and dive in again with those teams. And so this is going to be a regular thing at every grading period where we're meeting with the comprehensive high schools teams to really dive into and be preventative of getting those D's and F's. So our goal here is to really see a change in how in our D and F data. Site redesign process. We started that at EA Hall, led by Dr. Contreras, where we dove into when they were identified as CSI. We really asked them, what do we want to see here? What are some changes that we'd like to see? And it started with, what is your vision for this school in 5 years from now? What do the headlines look like, and how do we get there? And then Indigo is another consultant supporting us to be better for our students. And with that, I will sit down.
Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Do we have any deliberation from the board? Trustee Dr. Navarro.
Question. So with the rise of AI, and how are you looking to implement that? Because it seems like a relatively cost-effective situation since most of the kids are walking around with a Chromebook. And with our ESL students, that would be the opportunity to be able to learn in their native language. And I was wondering if you've looked into that.
There's so many ways to look into AI. For what I hear in your question is specific to English learners. I'm very intrigued by the commenter earlier about things like that, like how Mixteco is wow. If there's an app that we can look at, where we can have that communication with families and with students. I'm getting off. You got me excited with that.
No,
question.
I want to talk to that person too for the hospital.
Dan and I have talked about it, and Dan's looking at like AI policy and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of ways that this opens up some stuff. I'm wondering if, specific to this topic, I'm wondering if the CCEE has some thoughts on that and some guidance around that as far as developing those strategies.
Because one of the things that came up with Mr. Beecher when he was speaking is, math is a foreign language, and if you have to you have to learn English to translate into math, but you have to learn Spanish to translate to English to translate to math.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to meet kids where they are so that we can, once they learn English, they're so far behind in their math skills that we really need to implement that, I think, on day one.
Yeah, and AI might play a big role in that.
Good, thank you, Trustee Dr. Navarro. Anyone else? All right, well, thank you, Mr. Berman.
Thank you all.
Oh, wait, yeah, okay. Yes, I was going to ask. I'll call the point of order.
Point of order, yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to make a motion to extend our meeting to 1:30.
I think you need to take consideration of how many items we have left on the agenda and how many speakers we have. Welcome to life. I have a motion on the floor to extend the meeting till 1:30. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? All right, that's going to carry 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's going to carry 5-0-1. The meeting is now extended until 1:30 a.m. And now moving on, thank you, Trustee Flores and Trustee Dodge Jr. Now moving on to item 11.5. And this is our annual Williams report, and this report will be presented by our Williams Monitoring Coordinator, Mr. Wall.
Good evening, President Acosta, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. I am going to pass the mic over to Mr. Brian Wall. He's going to be presenting our annual Williams report.
Well, good evening. I appreciate not being the last one at 1:30. Just lightening the mood a little bit. Also accompanying me is Richard Reed, our Director of M&O from the County Office of Ed. Just a couple things before I go through my report. I want to thank Claudia for attending with us all of our visits. It's really important to have somebody from the district present with us on that. Also, I really want to give a shout out to your M&O department. They've been really responsive to all of our recommendations. This was actually a really good year. I'm glad Michael preceded us because he kind of gave you an overview of, how people, how schools qualify with ATSI and CSI. So I see that you have the report there. So basically, the CDE comes out with a list every spring, and basically schools are, qualify under ATSI, CSI. The original intent of the Williams was to make sure that all students had access to certain things. And there was actually a lawsuit, and the ACLU was a proponent for these students. So the most important aspects of this are that students have sufficient standards-aligned materials. Has to be those are English language arts, math, history, social science, and science. We also look very seriously at facility needs. Anything that poses an emergency or urgent threat to the health and safety of pupils or staff. Also that the SARC is up to date. And that there's also needs to be insurance that the UCP, Uniform Complaint Policy, is posted in all the classrooms in English and Spanish. And then also we base our credentialing issues, we ask our site administrators how they're doing as far as the credentialing. So the schools we visited, we are going to be getting a new list this spring. I'm kind of hoping that some of these poor people have been through this for so many years that they could get dropped off the list. Because everybody's doing a really good job, I guess is what I'm getting at. I think that, the level of instruction that we observed in all those classrooms was just really excellent. So we visited Calabasas, EA Hall, McQuitty, PV High, and Rolling Hills. Richard's here if you have any facility questions. Just going to let you know that every one of the schools passed with flying colors. All the facility things that we looked at in 2023 were addressed. All the schools were good or exemplary at this point. So that's all I have to say. It was really a good year. We enjoyed our visitations, and if you have any questions, we're glad to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
See none, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any deliberation from the board? Trustee DeSerpa.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank Orlando and his team for the facility work to do the upgrades that were necessary, that were found, some of the deficits that were found in 2023. And thank you for the nice comments about the level of teaching and instruction. We try really hard here to make things excellent for kids. So thank you very, very much. It's very nice, very kind.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa, for those kind comments. Anyone else? They don't want to stay till 1:30. What can I say? I'm sorry about that. Thank you for your time and staying with us so late. I'll ask the superintendent that going forward, we take consideration of any and all guest speakers in the House to try to get them prioritized first before staff.
That sounds like a deal.
Thank you for hanging with us. Sorry for the oversight on that.
That's okay. Any questions for Richard at all on the facility piece?
No, we're doing a good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, I will now move us to item 11.6, the first reading of Board Policy 6153, school-sponsored trips. This report will be presented by our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Ms. Panedes. Welcome.
Okay, good evening again, President Acosta, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Dr. Contreras. I'm bringing forward today as a first read for Board Policy 6153, school-sponsored trips, as well as Regulation 6153 for school-sponsored trips. On the copy that is posted, you can see that in blue are new additions or adjustments. In order to put these items in, we did refer to the California School Boards Association, which I'm sure you guys know is an organization that provides training and also policy resources. So we were able to go through, make sure that we were up to date on everything in terms of current education code. On that first page of the board policy one, it does bring in more of a connection to instruction for our trips, and then also moves into updates around how trips are approved. On that first page, it then moves down into current ed code 35330 in terms of how we need to make sure that all students have the opportunity to attend field trips regardless of funding, that we shouldn't be excluding students for not going because they cannot pay. That's basically what that piece means. So those are the basic pieces that we've added to the policy. We did take out on that second page, you'll see there's an area that's lined out in green there, and that was older language. So the current blue piece above it is the more up-to-date language that expands on that piece that was taken out. As we updated the board policy, we then wanted to look at our regulation because this is the how-to of what we do here in the district according to that board policy. So we have updated this again based on Ed Code 35330, bringing that forward into the regulation to make the connection to the board policy. We made some slight adjustments in terms of supervision area, adding chaperones in there. They need to follow the same rules and regulations that they would on a school site campus. We also put in there, again, being more specific in terms of approval process for trips and for chaperones. And then if you move to the second page, under trip approval, we did some updates in there, and then also to the swimming and wading area according to the process of field trip approvals that we have in the district. So one of those pieces being extending out, for example, instead of 10 days prior to the trip, we are saying 30 days. So we have sufficient time to secure enough chaperones, make sure they're all fingerprinted and DOJ checked, so that we have all of our people cleared before they go on trips. It also allows us transportation. It gives our transportation department plenty of time. If they're have multiple things going on, then we have options to be able to reach out to charter buses, etc. The swimming piece was also a big one that we wanted to make sure that we were updating because it originally just specified that we needed to have written permission. However, we do actually have a swim field trip permission slip. So we wanted to call out that specificity so all of our sites know and understand what are the written paperwork and approval process that we have. So.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
We do not.
All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any questions or comments or deliberation from the board? No. Okay. I'll just ask a kind of a side point question to this. Are we still, the district, anyone that has any potential contact with students or coming on campuses or on trips, district sites, are we still doing TB and live scanning, fingerprint scanning for all?
Anybody who comes on campus as a volunteer or goes on chaperones or anything like that, they do have to go through that whole entire process, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for the confirmation of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll now move to 11.7, the Sustainable Budget Team, and this report will be presented by Superintendent of PBUSD Schools, Dr. Heather Contreras, and our CBO, Ms.
Just Dr. Contreras. So as the board is aware, in August, we formed a sustainable budget team. This has been a standing item on our agenda since the formation of that team. That team was formed to help with a transparent, collaborative, and community-based approach to our budget and the budget reductions that we knew we would need to make for this year. We've met a total of 7 times now, and our last meeting was the meeting in which the team deliberated upon recommendations that they would bring forward to the school board in terms of how we address our budget and the reductions we need to make. We do see this as a reduction program, meaning that there will be more than 1 year of reductions necessary to address our declining enrollment, as well as our ESSER funds. This year, the focus area was really looking at the one-time funding that sunsetted last year and at the beginning of this year, and looking at the actions, strategies, and programs that we brought in with that one-time funding to be able to mitigate the impact of the learning loss that happened during COVID. And so we needed to look at what strategies worked, what strategies weren't as productive, and what things no longer serve us because we're not in the same pandemic situation that we were in. This year, we also chose to look at right sizing. So making the decisions that we would have been making probably in 2020, but then didn't have to make and shouldn't have made at that time, as we were in a pretty steep declining enrollment situation. So those decisions have to be made now, and the team committed to really representing their community and what they believe the community thought was the best way to start approaching that. So that was what we did in our last night, actually. And it hurts me a little bit hearing PBFT feeling that it was maybe a process that was smoke and mirrors, because that's really not the intent. The intent was really to get community input and to help in the decision-making process and really help the board to be very informed about how we should do that. So I apologize if it looks anything less. The reason why the areas we're looking at are the areas that we're looking at is because our approach this year, and we explained that in our budget meetings, was to really look at the sunsetting dollars, because that is there. Those are the decisions we have to make right now, as well as looking at the declining enrollment piece. So that's where we're at. We will be doing a study session because we have new board members onboarding who haven't been privy to all the discussions that have happened leading up until this point. So we'll be doing that special study session on December 19th to give new time and space to have thoughtful discussions around our situation and to do that new learning that we'll need to do. And January 15th will be when the Sustainable Budget Team comes to the board meeting to make the presentation on the recommendations. So that is my update.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. And for clarification, Chris Webb, you initially submitted this card for 11.7, and you have a note at the top to rescind it for comment for 12.3. So which do you wish to speak on?
You can speak to both.
I don't want to talk about 12.3. I'll just talk about
Okay. You're welcome to stay till 1:30.
Oh, I'll consider. I want to just reiterate a request that's come a few times, including tonight, and that was, can we get some transparency about how much was spent on legal fees related to the PN days that teachers are entitled to? And then also, just additionally, can we get any kind of transparency on legal expenses year by year? Perhaps there's something to what some people are saying related to leadership, and it'd just be nice to know that. I know MTSS has been, like a thing. And post-COVID, one thing I've noticed is there's a big emphasis on mental health clinicians. So I'm concerned about rumors I hear of cutting mental health clinicians. I think if you're going to make a cut on that, do it for the SRO. I know one Watsonville High student who was going to come here and speak when that issue was on the agenda. She declined because she was she didn't really support the team. She supported the mental health clinician. So she did decline to come. And as to the point of like our priority of teaching and learning, I would just say that like we need to make sure that HVAC for Watsonville High is a priority, like right up there with the aquatic center and everything. And then also, when it comes to declining enrollment, I don't think we should automatically rush to like max capacity everyone. I feel like maybe we should consider like increasing quality of service that comes with lower class sizes. I know like when it comes to like car shopping, I am not necessarily a guy who wants the little engine that's turbocharged. I'd rather keep my car for a while, so I like to have a little more power and not necessarily use it all the time. I feel like the parents here might feel the same. Also, are we looking at revenue? We just had tonight, soccer people come. Last meeting, we had rugby people. A meeting a year or two before, there was a lot of soccer. Are we using our capital assets to generate revenue? Thank you.
All right, next three are Brandon Denise, Bobby Marchessaw, and Nelly Vaquera.
Oh, Brandon Denise, I'm still awake. I don't know why this is so small on my screen, but I just want to put it on record that due to technical difficulties, which were out of the district's control, the public did not have access to this recording until about 1:30. And then also as of 6:44 p.m. while I was drafting these comments, this presentation had not been attached to the agenda. So we've heard so much from this committee that they're prioritizing cuts that are far away from the classroom. I would like to call shenanigans on that because I don't want to say what I wrote down anymore. And this is all setting the preconditions for layoffs, and the board really needs to look into this closely because this whole thing about cuts far away from the classroom, that's the exact opposite of what's going to be happening here. So why can this committee only come up with $750,000 in savings from the district office? Because that's the place that's the furthest away from the classroom. I can think of several positions right now that should be eliminated, but I'm not going to go on because most of the people in those positions are actually good people. That doesn't mean that they should have the role that they have. So what options are being presented? Cuts to academic coordinators at elementary schools who the principals and teachers depend on. Cuts, right-sizing elementary release schedules, which is AKA maxing everybody out and spreading them more thin. Intervention reductions, which is getting rid of intervention teachers who play a crucial role in the MTSS process, RTI model, help our students catch back up to grade level, and keep many students from falling towards special education. Eliminating mental health clinicians, which I believe was forecasted in that article from the Pajaronian. But I thought that article had some misquotes, but let's see what the actions say and not what the words say. So eliminating social emotional counselors position. If we're going to talk about cuts furthest from the classroom, these humans help keep students in the classroom. They help students navigate through unspeakable traumas that no young person should be going through. So please reconsider this because it's a crock.
Quick. I don't have much to say. I wasn't sure it was going to be in it, so I put it just in case. I will just speak very quickly, though, to the, I mentioned earlier the mental health and the clinicians and social emotional. I recognize there's a lot of tough decisions we're going to have to make, and I also recognize that our funds from COVID are running out, but the effect of COVID has not. And I want to mention that as a teacher in the classroom. My wife teaches kindergarten, and we've talked about the fact that she's still, we keep thinking that it's the last year, but then she's still seeing effects. And so I am concerned. I just want to reiterate that because those are the ones that man, I wish we had more of them, frankly, because I worry about, just, again, I've said it before, but I hope if we can catch kids earlier and give them what they need emotionally, we really, even less will need SROs in high school because we'll, take care of them earlier on. So thanks.
Good evening, board. Nelly Vaquera. It makes me mad that I like you so much. Sometimes. Thank you, Bobby, for those words because that was actually something I had written that I didn't get to say earlier during my union statement, which is typically 5 minutes, but there's a lot of things that I don't need to repeat what my colleagues have said, because all of that are things that we're concerned about. And, our mission statement, our updated mission statement does end with the emotional well-being of our students. And we're cutting the people, the individuals who would be available to them. And we still have students that are coming in TK and K who maybe weren't socialized. And so there are great needs still in elementary. And you've heard me say it before, where money should be invested on counseling, a counselor for every elementary school, because that is where we can really make a great impact for our young learners in helping them develop those strategies needed and the language needed to navigate through difficult situations. We understand that there are cuts. This is something that we face every single year. In our unit, we have been reduced quite a bit every single year. We have a process for that. It's not a layout process. We do it through displacements. And I think that what was missed with us was having this conversation to look at staffing before it being put on the shoulders of our community and then on the board. So there could be finger pointing all around. So that's what is disappointing, is that missed opportunity. Thank you.
All right, I will now bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Is there any deliberation from the board? Trustee Flores.
I want to thank you again, Dr. Contreras, and the whole Sustainable Budget team. Having watched that meeting from yesterday, I could tell, there's a struggle, and we know it too, all too well. And so, but I appreciate that we're taking these steps, because I've been watching districts across California, watching their board meetings. Just over the hill, San Jose is closing 6 schools, and, hearing the community. And so I thank you for this step. And this is just one of many steps. This is a phase. We have another phase next year. And you were very forthright in the beginning saying that we were going to look at that one-time ESSER money that we got during COVID and see, what are we doing? And again, you mentioned, we broke that golden rule, which I think at the time, yes, there was a need. But this team came together and right away set up, what they prioritized. And first was academics, second, third, fourth, and they had their list of priorities. And what you presented to them as far as options A, B, C, D, E, I get it. I mean, I was looking, I'm like, oh man, okay. And then, I like this in A, I like this in B. So I liked how the committee at the end came together and was like, well, we like B and, this one, but we want to change it. So I love that you allowed them to do that, because it wasn't, a one size fits all. They were able to pick and choose. There is a lot of thought going into this, and it's not, this is just a recommendation to the board, and the board has, once that recommendation is done, the job's not over, then the board has a lot of work to do still, then the district has a lot of work to do. And so I appreciate the time that everyone has put into these meetings, and the system that you've created in order to get this information out. And I do recommend to our new trustees to watch all those meetings, because even being on here for 2 years, I've still picking up new things from some of those meetings. So thank you.
Anyone else? I would I'll close comments on this with thanking Trustee Flores for all those comments. Those very thoughtful and very considerate comments that
this was a priority to the board, to have this put in place, to take consideration of all stakeholder groups of the PVUSD community that are going to be affected and impacted by the decisions that are going to have to be made. Similar to which was my vision before hiring you, was to have this stakeholder groups involved to go and meet and greet you before the board made a final decision as to whether to hire you. So I commend you. I commend the board, my colleagues, and the one who's resigned and no longer here, for the foresight and insight to do that and to recognize that important input. And I'd like to just remind those that are still going to be here that inaction is action. And we have seen numerous school districts throughout the state that have been taken over because of boards in action to do things. And we have seen it right here in Santa Cruz County with one of the 11 school districts in this county. So just remember, inaction is action as well. And that type of thing will rule a school board completely ineffective. So with that, we will now move to our action items, and we're moving to action item 12.1, addition of a special board meeting, the Brown Act workshop and budget study session. And this report will be presented by Superintendent of PVUSD Schools, Dr. Heather Contreras.
So I am asking for the board to approve the addition of a special board meeting. This special board meeting is to hold the Brown Act workshop prior to the December 18th meeting so that our board is well prepared for the meeting. And then also to approve, and that meeting is December 18th. So the start time would change from 6 o'clock to 4 o'clock to be able to commit to that workshop. And also adding a December 19th study session from 10 o'clock until 4 o'clock to have the time, 3 o'clock, to have the time and the space to be able to analyze the budget and the things and know the background deeply of where we were in May and where we've come till now.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Do we have any public comments to this item?
None.
All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any deliberation from the board on this topic? Item?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Trustee
did I just-
DeSerpent.
I second that motion.
I already have a second from Trustee Soto, so I have a first from Trustee DeSerta, a second from Trustee Soto. Any other deliberation from the board? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstaining? That shall carry 6-0-1. Eva? Thank you all, and thank you, Dr. Contreras. Now we'll move to item 12.2, Resolution 24-25-10, Accounting of Development Fees for 2023-2024. This item will be presented by our CBO, Ms. Im.
Good evening, board again. President Acosta, Superintendent Dr. Contreras. My name is Jenny Im, CBO, and I'm here to give our annual developer fee resolution presentation and our 5-year report, which is required by Ed Code. Here is our vision and mission statement and our strategic goals, which this aligns to fiscal responsibility and climate culture and community. So what are developer fees? They are fees charged to developers for new construction of both residential and commercial projects. Our current fees, and they were just increased in March after we did our last justification study. And as a district in declining enrollment, we are required to do justification studies at least every 2 years. Developer fees can be used for new construction, for portables, facilities consulting, and for modernization, but only where the modernization accommodates additional students. So the purpose of this resolution is to confirm that the district has followed accounting standards by establishing a separate fund for developer fees, which we have in Fund 25, to make available to the public a report showing how we're using our developer fees each year. confirming every 5 years that we will provide an accounting of funds. So even though this is only required every 5 years, we have been doing this on an annual basis. And confirming a balance sheet showing the beginning balance, expenditures, and the ending balance for the prior year. So we've closed out the prior year 23-24. We brought the unaudited actuals report to board in September. So we are required now within 180 days of closing the books to bring our developer fee report. So this slide shows how much we expended in 23-24. So last year we expended all of our developer fees on leasing portables at 17 sites, as well as our updated justification study for level 1 and level 2 developer fees. So in March, we saw that we were approved to continue charging level 1 developer fees, but we are no longer qualified and able to charge level 2, so we discontinued that in the spring. So here is a summary of our 5-year developer fee report. We can see all the way on the right-hand column our previous year, 23-24. So we had a beginning balance carryover of just over $1 million. We can see down below, we brought in about 1.7 million in developer fees. And we can see looking at the last 5 years that was a higher amount. And that's because of the increase in development, both residential and commercial within our school district. So we have our regular facilities rental, which we can see throughout the last 5 years. That's been pretty consistent. We have our facilities consulting, which is a justification study. And last year, we did not do any modernization projects out of the developer fee fund. And that is because we were busy wrapping up all of the ESSER projects where the funds had to be obligated by September of this year, as well as wrapping up the PMS project and all of our Measure All projects. So we can see our ending balance coming into this budget year is just over $2.4 million. So the next steps, district staff respectfully request approval of Resolution 24-2510 for the accounting of development fees for the 23-24 year. This report also fulfills requirements of Government Code 66001 that requires a 5-year analysis.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
No, we do not.
All right, seeing none, I will bring it back to the board for questions, comments, deliberation, any deliberation from the board. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve?
Thank you, Trustee Flores, and thank you, Trustee Vice President Soto. I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? That will carry 6-0-1. Eva. Thank you. I will now move us to item 12.3 to consider approval of certification of the 2024-2025 first interim budget report. This report will be presented by our CBO, Ms. Im.
Good evening again. So I'm here to present our first interim budget report. It aligns with all of our strategic goals, especially goal number 4, fiscal responsibility. But the budget is really, the way I like to think about the budget is it's an alignment of the community values. So our main strategic plan within our district is the 3-year LCAP, which aligns with all of the goals up here. So the purpose of the first interim budget is it's an update to our fiscal and budgetary status from July 1st through October 31st. So our proposed budget that we brought to board in June, that was developed before school even began, before we knew the students in the seat, the actual enrollment count. So what this shows is actuals through October 31st, and it also shows any changes to programmatic activity that happened. The purpose is to certify that we will be able to meet our required 3% reserve for economic uncertainties in the current budget year plus 2 out years. So we are required by law to show that we can meet that minimum for 3 consecutive budget years. And I always like to start off my budget presentations by really celebrating all of the amazing things that our district does. So I just kind of put together a page showing the highlights because I think we should be really proud of all of the things that we do for our students in our community. For CT Pathways, I want to highlight that this year we have our Land, Sea, Air, and Space pathway that expanded from 1 to 3 high schools. And we also have a new public and community health pathway at PV High School after a lot of community input. So that's really exciting. We are the recipient of the NAM Foundation Best Community for Music Education Award. We have an innovative ethnic studies program that's leading the way within our county and outside. We've expanded full-day TK to 14 elementary schools in 24-25. We are one of the only few districts in the county that offers free home-to-school transportation. Even though we are still struggling with a lot of vacancies, I think that's something really to be proud of. Our free expanded learning programs, Jen Littleton-Bruno has done an amazing job of scaling up in just a few years. So this year, we've actually grown the program even more from last year. So we are offering a total of 1,655 hours, which is the equivalent of 20 additional days of expanded learning. And of these days, 84 are intersession or non-school days. And that exceeds the state requirement of 30 non-school days. So that's a lot of really great time for our students to stay engaged. And also it's really helpful for our families, our working families. We have growing dual language programs that really celebrate the assets of our multilingual learners. We have the best health and welfare package in really, I think, all of the state. And if you look at the presentation from our last sustainable budget team, session number 7, we did a comparison study. And we're really offering better packages than even some of the basic aid districts where they have super high property taxes. So that's really amazing. And our food and nutrition department is award-winning, and they are really focused on expanding organic meals made in-house. So this is our fiscal timeline. So as I mentioned back in June, we brought our adopted budget, or also known as the proposed budget, to board. So that's really based on the May revised budget update from the state. And we're developing that before the states even enacted their budget and before we have our total enrollment counts and before we know what's happening for the new school year. Then in September, we're closing out the books from the prior year. So now we're here in December, and this is really our first opportunity to capture everything that's happened since school opened up in August. So the next slide, what I've done is I've overlaid on top of the fiscal timeline how the state changes are impacting that. So we can see in January, the governor is releasing the first look at his budget proposal. At the same time in January is when the sustainable budget team will be bringing the recommendations in front of the board. And then in March is when we will be able to incorporate not only projections from the governor's budget proposal, but also any recommendations from the sustainable budget team that the Board of Education approves. And then in May is when we get our May revision budget update. So that's when the governor works with the legislator to come up with revisions, and that's all incorporated. And then we're starting the cycle all over again. So what are some changes coming up from the enacted state budget, and what are some upcoming forecasts that we can keep in mind? So one of the things that we talked about adopted budget is what is called, what the governor is calling a maintenance factor. We've never really seen this before. They're calling this an accounting maneuver. And this came about because back in, for the 2022 tax year, the deadline was extended to November. So the state had to enact their budget before they even knew how much revenue they actually received. And that was disastrous for the state. So what ended up happening was over the course of the 3 years, 22-23, 23-24, and going into 24-25, the state realized after the fact, after they had their expenses paid out, essentially giving money to the schools, that they had a $44 billion revenue shortfall that they were not expecting. So what they did was something highly unusual, but it really showed the governor's dedication to education. So what they did was they took, so before I go into that, let me kind of explain how schools are funded. So schools are funded based off of Proposition 98, which gives a minimum guarantee per pupil. So each pupil, for each day they're in school, they receive funding. The Prop 98 minimum guarantee is built on the levels from the prior year. So because of the revenue shortfall, it turned out that in 22-23, schools got almost $10 billion more than they really should have received. So what the governor did was he worked with his team, and he was able to pass, and I know CT actually did a lot of great advocacy on behalf of education, that they recognized that 22-23, they would not harm schools, and 22-23 would stay funded at the higher level, but that difference would have to be repaid over 10 years. So because of some accounting rules, they couldn't recognize that difference, which came out to about $10 billion in 22-23, so they're recognizing it over 10 years. And then they suspended the Prop 98 guarantee for 23-24. So what's happening is they did a big withdrawal also from the rainy day fund, from the school reserve fund. And then over that 10-year period, schools aren't being harmed, but what's unfortunate is funding is getting reduced from other state programs. So there are other programs that are hurting right now. So right now, our current projected LCFF COLA, so LCFF is the bread and butter of school funding, is projected to be 2.93% in 25-26 and then 3.8% in 26-27. However, the Legislative Analyst Office is projecting a slightly lower COLA of 2.46% COLA in 25-26. And I brought this slide forward last fiscal year, but I wanted to bring this back again just to kind of illustrate again how the state general fund receives most of their funding. So this is pretty staggering that personal income tax makes up the largest source, over 60% of the state's general fund, and 1% of Californians generate 50% of the personal income tax. So the reason why that big shortfall happened was during COVID, the stock market went crazy. So that top 1% made a huge amount of money. And then it dropped. And we can kind of see that in the chart where it's circled. So the state wasn't expecting that steep of a drop, and that's why they weren't anticipating the $44 billion revenue shortfall. And this is now showing a history of the LCFF funded COLA. So we can see during the COVID years, when the stock market was going crazy and the state general fund was booming out of the personal income tax from the top 1%, we can see that the state was able to fund really high COLAs. And then that was also the time that we received an influx of all the ESSER funding. So PVUSD, through a combination of ESSER, ELOG, for the pandemic funding, we received over $100 million during that time period. That's all one-time funding. And then at the same time, we received these, what we're calling super COLAs, that was really out of the norm. So what we're starting to see is a return to normal. And this visual just shows all of the influx of one-time money that schools in California received. So we can see the biggest pot of money was ESSER, and those funds have sunset this year in September. And then we received a series of one-time block grants that are tied to strategic plans over multiple years. So as we're creating the budget, there are some major planning factors to consider. The first and foremost is enrollment and EDA, which stands for average daily attendance. Also looking at the one-time sunsetting pandemic funding. Looking at expenditures that are ongoing, which we consider structural versus expenditures that are one-time in nature, as well as salaries and benefits. So I want to stay on this slide a little bit because this is, I think, the most important slide for us. So what this shows is a history of our enrollment. So this is the district only. This does not include our charters. So we can see really in the last decade, I went back to 2013, 14, and all the prior years, these are our official CBEDS numbers. And we can see that we've declined 18%, over 3,000 students, 3,378 students. That's really staggering. The Department of Finance and CDE, they just released their updated 2024 state enrollment projections that are based on factors such as birth rates, movement of families in and out of the state. We were, Santa Cruz County, we were the #1 county. This is not actually, this is the one time you don't want to be #1. We were the #1 county projected for the most declining enrollment in the state. Good news is we are no longer #1, we are now #5. But the unfortunate news is in the next decade through 2033, 34, they are projecting another 18% decline in enrollment in our county. So that each student then, that's loss of funding. One thing I did want to highlight is at proposed budget, we were projecting about a 4% decrease over prior year. The good news is the rate has slowed down a little bit. At first interim, these are still our uncertified CBEDS numbers, so they're still being audited, but we're seeing closer to a 3% decline. So that small shift, it looks like during our analysis, there was a shift of enrollment from a couple of charters back into our district and then from our private school. And then there is some new housing near HA Hyde. So there is an unexpected influx of students there. So what this slide shows is how schools are funded. So there are two average daily enrollment numbers we need to keep in mind. So there's the actual ADA, so that's the actual average daily attendance each school year. And then there's what's called the funded ADA, because we get our funding differently. So what the state does is they take the highest of either the current ADA, prior year ADA, or the prior 3-year rolling average. So what we can see in this slide is in the blue, that is our funded ADA, and in the red is our actual ADA. So the state implemented the rolling 3-year average as a protection for districts because the state knew that COVID was happening, enrollment was declining, and they knew that they had to do something to give districts time to make a thoughtful plan. So what this shows is, although we are still seeing the impacts of declining enrollment, because of the 3-year rolling average, we had a little bit of a cushion. But we can start to see going into 24, 25, and into the subsequent years, that gap between our actual ADA and where we're funded is starting to close. So it's getting closer and closer. So we're starting to be funded closer to our actual ADA because we don't have the protection of the pre-COVID years anymore. So what this shows is just a highlight of our LCFF funding. So our LCFF funding makes up approximately 90% of the funding in our unrestricted general fund. So I want to draw your eyes first to the first interim column, which is the middle column, and the enrollment to ADA ratio. I think that's something to be celebrated. 92.96 compared to the prior year 90.30. And that is really the result of Dr. Contreras' attendance campaign and the work of Mayra Fernandez, who is leading the attendance campaign. And I believe what I heard from the COE is I think our district has the highest ADA right now in the county. So, part of the campaign has been having district office staff go out to the sites with the highest ADA for that week and inflatable costumes and things like that. But I wanted to really talk about the impact to students. So there are studies that show that student academic performance skyrockets the more that they're in school. So that's the most important thing. The second thing, because I'm a finance person, that's a $2 million increase in 25-26 because of that rolling 3-year average. So going from 90.3 to 92.96 resulted in $2 more million in 25-26 and going forward. So if we can maintain that enthusiasm in the next years, that's going to be pretty significant. So that's another way of bringing revenue in and improving student performance. Next, I want to draw your eyes to the third row from the bottom, increase, decrease over prior year. So we can see in 23-24, we had a higher COLA. We had a COLA of 8.22%. The realized COLA, because of the impacts of declining enrollment, was 3.39, and we implemented phase 1 of our budget reductions. So we can see that we were still in the positive, but we can start to see as we're going into first interim and beyond, we're starting to what we're calling what is known as deficit spending, meaning our expenditures are more than our revenues. And then down below, we can see our LCFF COLA. But where we really need to focus on is what's called the realized COLA, which is the actual COLA that we're getting when we're considering dollars. So we can see that the actual LCFF revenue that we're receiving in first interim is almost $10.5 million less than the prior year. And before I talked about how the LAO is projecting a slightly lower COLA in 25-26. So the difference between a 2.96 and a 2.46 COLA is about $1 million decrease. And it's not just in 1 year, because we have to remember LCFF, the per pupil is built on the prior year. So it's $1 million, but it's in each subsequent year too. And salaries and benefits generally make up, for most school districts, anywhere from 85 to close to 90% of our total expenditures. Our business is educating, and we can't educate without people and people to support our educators. So this is by far the most important set of assumptions and planning factors to consider. So the CalSTRS employer paid rate that is projected to maintain at 19.10, but where we can start to see a big increase is actually with CalPERS. So we can see that by 26-27, it's projected to be 28%. So what that means is for each classified employee, the district is paying 28% of their salary towards their retirement. So that's an additional expense we need to factor in. So we can see health and welfare has been increasing significantly. So in 23-24, it increased 10% over prior year. This year, we budgeted 8%. The next few years, initially we were hearing that the increases were starting to flatten, but I'm starting to hear now that it might actually be closer to the 8%. So we'll get more information actually in April. Step and column is included in the budget. And for the budget year in the next 2 years, because we're still in negotiations, we have not included any negotiated increases. So when we're looking at the deficit spending, we need to also keep that in mind. So as part of phase 1 of the sustainable budget team, we've already started making reductions in the district office based on attrition. So these are just a list of positions that we have already reduced, and that totals about 10 FTE in this fiscal year. And this big set of numbers, I'll give everyone a little time to take that in. I tried to put in some pretty colors. So what this shows is our prior year where we closed the books, where we were at adopted budget back in June. And then the set in green in the middle, that is our projected budget right now at first interim, and then the next 2 years. I have it separated out by unrestricted and then restricted and then a combination. So where I want to draw your eyes first is towards the top for total expenditures. So if we compare the unrestricted first interim total expenditures of the 194.3 million, that does show a decrease from where we were projected at adopted budget. And that's a combination of both things like savings from vacancies to the reductions that we talked about. We've also started implementing other cost containment measures. And then we can see in the next columns over, in the restricted, we do see an increase of about 40 million from adopted budget to first interim. So there's a really simple explanation for that. So in our restricted column, we have many types of grants, especially all of our federal grants are subject to what is an accounting called deferred revenue or unearned revenue rules. So what that means is these grants, because they're given to us on condition of meeting certain requirements, they are actually considered a liability, meaning we may have to give it back unless we can prove that we spent it on a qualifying expenditure. So what happens is we cannot recognize revenue until we recognize an expenditure budget that matches. So what happens is when we're still closing out the books, when we bring adopted budget to board, all of that revenue, we show it in 23-24. And then when we close out the books in September at unaudited actuals, we can see it at that point how much is unspent. That's the carryover. We have to then book that as a liability. So it moves from 23-24 into 24-25. In restricted, that's why we often see swings, is because from adopted budget to unaudited actuals to first interim, all that carryover is moving. And that includes all of our local donation money too. In addition, we had $15 million in ESSER money tied to construction projects that were not finished by June 30th. So all of that moved at first interim into 24-25. That contributed to that $40 million increase in restricted. We also had a $6.2 million revenue increase for the new community schools grant that was not part of the adopted budget because we had just heard that we had been approved, as well as $7 million in local grants and donations tied to our school site. So that accounts for that big swing. And we can see in the next years that's decreasing. Down below where it's highlighted in red shows the deficit spending. And where I want to draw your eyes is in the very last row for 26-27, year 3, down below in the blue box. So what we can see is in that year, our unrestricted general fund ending balance has really shrunk. That means when we see year 4 for the first time, 27-28, we're going to see that for the first time at the 25-26 adopted budget in June. We are likely not to be able to meet our required 3% reserve. If we keep going the way we're going without making any reductions, we will not meet our required 3% reserve in 27-28. So that will mean a qualified budget. I also have for a restricted, because I know there's always a lot of interest in what makes up our restricted budget. So I actually broke out a restricted budget to all of the grants that fall to that fund balance. And like I said, all of the grants that are subject to unearned revenue, so that's all of our federal and all of our local donations. That's not included in the restricted fund balance because we can't recognize carryover in that way. So I want to bring it back to the road to the sustainable budget that we've been talking about. So we are now past phase 1, which was really identifying all those immediate savings. We're currently at the tail end of phase 2. The sustainable budget team has met 7 times between September to December. We're meeting an 8th and final time on December 16th, and then the team will be bringing the recommendation to board in January for a vote. And then really it's going to be continuing to monitor the budget assumptions. And then there will need to be a phase 3. So those would be future reductions for the 26-27 school year. And I wanted to really thank our sustainable budget team representatives. It's been a really, really challenging, emotional, difficult process. I do feel a sense of community. Actually, Nellie, we've actually hugged after the meetings, and I really appreciate all the work and input that you give. I know it's really, really hard. There's been a personal tear shed, but I promised the board and I promised the district when I started that I was not going to let our district go down the same road as what happened at Live Oak, because that was truly a traumatic experience for the school community. So I thank the team and I thank our school community for allowing us to be proactive about this. So these were all of the meetings that we had. We have recorded, all the sessions recorded and available for viewing. And that concludes my presentation. So staff recommendation, this isn't an action item, and I respectfully request that the board certify with a positive certification, as we are still projected to meet the minimum 3% in all 3 budget years. Next steps, the governor's budget proposal will be released in January. The sustainable budget team will present recommendations in January, and then the second interim budget update will incorporate revisions from both. And thank you so much to everybody who contributed to the first interim. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. Chris Webb, Bill Beecher, Brandon Denise, Nelly Vaquera.
Good evening, finally. This is extremely well done. And when you compare it to other presentations that we've had over the years, this is terrific. But it's a mandated report that has to adhere to certain rules set by the state and the County Office of Education. And it's a classic cart in front of the horse, because poor Jenny has to work with numbers that she doesn't know are going to come down from the state. So she has to plug in numbers that are basically she's told to put in. And I have a major problem with, and for you to make decisions, this is a tough one to do. So the revenue is mainly driven by state's revenue, as she said, which is down and is running a deficit, as she has commented. Secondly, after COVID-19, the state provided a stimulus of over $100 million to our district per year for a couple of years. And that's way above our normal amounts. They have subsequently been reducing what we get, and it will continue to go down until we get back to pre-COVID levels. This budget does not reflect that. It is holding our revenue at over $300 million a year, more than $35 million over our pre-COVID numbers. When you consider that our attendance is continuing to go down, that makes that gap even larger than 35 million. So, first interim, is it realistic or is it dictated from these numbers? You need to ask that. Second, this board needs to request a contingency plan in case that projected revenues are wrong. And they probably are, because the state's still losing money. These are steps that are normally outside of this process, the interim reports, but necessary for you as a board to gauge the health of the district and what cuts will need to be made. Thank you.
Hello again. I would like to really thank Jenny for putting all of this together. I've been combing through this report for the last couple days, and it's enough to like make my eyes bleed. So I don't know how she's able to do this. I also had some comments prepared that I was like, damn, she took the sting out, because she's really informative and paints a picture that is digestible. I would still encourage each of the board members to go through the SACS report. It's 137 pages, which at first is like, oh my God, yikes. And it takes you a while to kind of see what's going on. And I had that concern when I saw the budget, that I was like, okay, at the first budget compared to now, we have $30 million increase in revenue. That's awesome. And then a $40 million increase in expenditures. But I think Jenny did a pretty good job explaining that is tied to the restricted funds that have to be spent. But in combing through the SACS report, and I do think that some of this is actually the way the state requires us to report our budgets, but one area of concern that stood out to me was a $17 million increase in the projected spending on professional consulting and operating expenditures. So I think that's kind of an odd pairing to have together. And I know, again, that's the state, but it just leaves me with questions like, is the $17 million in consulting, or is it in operating expenditures? Because those things are so different that I don't understand why they're together. So maybe we can learn a little more about that spending. There's also been increase in spending on land development by $9 million, $7 million more dollars on building improvements, $16 million more in capital outlay. So just wanting to learn a little bit more about those, because initially I was feeling pretty befuddled by this whole experience, and I do think Jenny explained it really well. I also noticed that we spend $5.1 million on operation and housekeeping. And so I'm like, is that our current staff that we spend to do the housekeeping, or are we spending money on that? But that's $5 million right there, right?
All right, good evening. Yeah, Jenny, like seriously, in my 8 years of being in leadership, that your presentations always are like seriously top notch. And it is, and it's all true. It is really all true. And our district did receive a lot of money towards the end of the summer, which there was an article on in regard to the monies received for our many community schools. That's kind of like another mystery to us. But we understand the issue of having to look at right sizing is just already, and it has the connotation to it is just gross. But we do it every year. We call it displacements. We have faced this. I've been in leadership for 8 years. I have sat with members in emotional conversations and having to go through lists, and it's called displacement. We've always relied on natural attrition. We have several dozen teachers in our district that are on waivers. So there are many other measures in regard to downsizing in positions to pursue before having to consider the ugly word of layoffs. Because March is an important month. March 15th is an important day in the world of education, because people need to be served a pink slip if there's going to be layoffs. And then there is the entire process that needs to be bargained with the stakeholders, the unions in the district, so that their members know what that process is. I'm worried. I know the timeline, but I am also worried that it's $5 million that needs to be cut. And there are probably some other innovative ways to do that. Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'll bring this back to the board for questions, comments, and deliberation. Any deliberation from the board? Trustee DeSerpa?
Thanks, Jenny. I know you do not have a fiscal director right now in the department, and I know your workload is really large. And so I just want to thank you very, very much for this report and for all the work you're doing behind the scenes to keep everything afloat for the district. Having said that, I'd like to make a motion to accept the interim. Is this the interim, right?
Yes.
Second interim? First, sorry, I'm so tired. First interim budget as presented tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa.
I too commend you on all of that you've done, and I second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa and Trustee Dr. Navarro. I have a first and a second, but I'll take more deliberation before calling for a vote. Trustee Flores?
Yes, beautiful presentation. Thank you. Again, back to your the phases that you were doing, phase 1, phase 2. So in phase 1, you had mentioned nutrition, and you had mentioned those 13 FTEs that you've already just gone. Can you put a dollar amount to that?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can send that tomorrow.
I think it would be good to know good to see because I know that was a comment made, with the phases, the what were we calling? We're calling phase.
Phase 1.
From the meeting last night, A, B,
yes.
C, and D, and so there was and someone mentioned, the district admin, and one of them was to remove 750, but that's in addition to what's already been done. So I think that's a good number to put out there.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. Trustee Dodge Jr.
Just quickly, just to echo everybody, thank you for the presentation. It was great. Simple for people to read and understand from the lowest level of reading to the highest, and that's transparency. Anybody could take a look at, and I'd like to thank you for that. And hopefully from our future colleagues, I look forward to hashing this out because it's going to be a tough one. So, thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge Jr. Anyone else? All right, see none. I have a first and second, and I'll make a last comment and call for a vote. Jenny, thank you so much. I know that my other colleagues have already commented on this, but you have a tremendous workload. And when you were coming into the position, we were looking to make promises to have a shift, and then we did temporarily, and we're back. And you're just taking on so much responsibilities right now, and it's not just within your department or the finance department, it's the other departments that you're also responsible for managing. I could not begin to commend you enough for all of your hard work that you're doing, and also trying to come up with these budgets based off of predictions and things. And we've all, been through this where we get proposals from the governor's office and then changes, and just your ability to keep up to speed and on top of that and keep the board abreast, because even before you were CBO, as the director, you were doing that, and the huge support to the then CBO. So I couldn't possibly thank you enough for all the work you do. I'm going to close this with saying, this PVUSD district is truly blessed and fortunate to have both Dr. Heather Contreras and you at the helm of these two positions running this district's leadership, because without that, it is a true doom and gloom, and I think it would be much worse. So I'm really confident and faithful with the two of you at the helm. So with that, we have a first and a second, so I'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstaining? That'll carry 601. Thank you so much. And
Thank
again,
you so
another
much.
fabulous presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now we will move to item 12.4, discussion and action to determine whether to order an election or make a provisional board appointment for Area 1.
This report will be presented by Dr. Heather Contreras, Superintendent of PVUSD Schools.
And so we have a decision that needs to be made pending Kim DeSerpa's resignation as the Board of Education trustee. She had her election was certified. She is officially going to be sworn in to be the county supervisor, and legally by law, that means she can no longer serve in her board role. From the time of resignation, we have 60 days to begin to fill that position, or to fill the position, and we have to make a decision on how we do that. We have one of two ways we can do that. We can order a special election and put that to a vote, or we can decide to fill the position similar to how we recently did with Misty Navarro, which would be to have an application process and an open interview process in open session. So that's the decision that is at hand. We need to make that decision so that we can start our process. The timeline in this one is a little bit constrained because we do close for 3 weeks at Christmas time, and there won't be board meetings and that kind of thing. So that is one challenge that faces us that's a little bit different from when we were filling Trustee Holmes' position. So just wanted to call that to attention.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras. Do we have any public speakers to this item?
Yes, we do. Gabe Medina and Bobby Marshall.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's cool. We're not bros. I love my bros. So, yeah, I would love for the board to consider a few things. One, updating the application so that way we can identify if any donations during campaign season are given to somebody who's already on the board. So I think that's something that we really need to update, because it seems like somebody made a $500 donation. And I hope, since we have a journalist here, that they'll follow up on that, because it doesn't seem like there was good play involved in making that decision. Also, with going into a special election, I don't think that's right. I think the board that we removed is going to have a lot more confidence in the decision that we'll be able to make for that. So with that, I think the right approach would be to open up the application, be transparent about when that application is open, make sure that if we're talking to our friends and letting them know to apply after giving a $500 donation, that's probably not the right thing to do. And also just making sure that we have some community input. I literally put out a survey to my 1,700 constituents that Soto didn't bother to talk to, and a lot of them had wished that there was more say in who could be on these boards. And that's another thing that one of my mandates for getting into this position is also lowering the voting age to 16, so that way the students could actually have a say. And a fun fact, there was a misspelling on your thing, I don't know if you know that, but trustee is given to somebody who is elected by the people. Interim trustee is given to somebody who is elected by the board themselves. So I think we need to fix that up, because that is a very stark difference. Thank you.
Good evening again, board. So last time this came up, I came and spoke, and we know that back then I was advocating for a special election. There were a lot of reasons for that. I want to say, tonight I think we're probably all on the same page that it does make sense to appoint, and the reason for that being that the new board, the people who are going to be working with these people, will be coming to make that decision. On that note, it might be the time constraints. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know if it's time constraints or what can be done at the next meeting. I was a little surprised to see this tonight rather than next week, just in that having that board swear in and then them make that decision kind of would have made sense, but that was just something that I was a little perplexed by. But I think we probably end up at the same place either way. On that note, as you go out, Trustee DeSerpa, I know you and I have been on the different side of a couple of things in the last couple of years. That being said, I still greatly appreciate your time that you spent serving our district. And I hope that as you move on, that while I know you represent north of us, that you will continue to advocate for often forgotten Watsonville and our area. So I'm sure we'll bump into each other. And I don't know if it's the difference between being voted up instead of out, but I appreciate the class with which you have chosen to go out, not taking shots at anybody, but going out gracefully. So thank you very much for doing that. Thank you all.
I do want to clarify one thing and why that it was put onto this meeting and not the next meeting with the new board. Had mostly to do with the organizational meeting is only an organizational meeting. You don't put other things onto that agenda. The special board meeting, you usually don't do that either. And then we were looking at not having a meeting till January 15th. And then what would happen is we would not meet our timeline of the 60 days because we do have to, after a decision is made, then we have a process which is outlined in the board documents that we must follow. So we were really kind of at odds with how to time everything so that we met the letter of the law, and you have timelines that you have to meet with your new roles too. So it was a little bit of a complex and not cut and dry process.
Thank you, Dr. Contreras, for providing that further elaboration, which you didn't have to do, but you did. Thank you. All right. Now I'm bringing it back to the board for questions, comments, deliberations. Deliberation from the board, please. Sure. Trustee Dr. Navarro.
So first of all, I hope that when we work together on the board that we can do so in a more kind and respectful manner, because honestly, this has been a huge education to me that it's so contentious. And I work with the hospital administration and nursing staff, so it's a lot. Second of all, I have worked with Kim as my lead social worker, and I've been the director of the emergency department, and we worked together for over 5 years. And I made a campaign contribution to her because I know who she is and I know all the hard work that she does, and I support her being city council. Has nothing to do with me being on this board. So the accusation of that, it's 100% accurate because I live in Aptos and she is running for city council and county supervisor, and I supported her over Kristen Brown. So I don't understand how my campaign contribution has anything to do with this position, and it's just dirty and mean. It's my understanding that in this forum, people don't shout things out from the audience. Is that incorrect?
That is correct.
And they usually get dismissed.
Yeah.
Per Robert's Rules of Order.
And as you're going to be a member of this, board and a trustee, it might benefit you to use some decorum. Anyhow, look forward to working with you. Anyhow, that's all I have to say. So you can put that in a newspaper article. My country, it has nothing to do. The reason that I'm on this board is because I have children in the district who go to these schools. I care about these students. I work with these students every single day. And frankly, your comments are incredibly insulting. Thank you.
Trustee Dr. Navarro, I usually speak last, but I'm going to take a moment to speak here. One of the other reasons you're on this board is because you are one of 2 people who applied, who went through a process, and I'll maybe catch my number right, 6-member board that we had unanimously voted you in out of the 2 candidates. So there was a thorough process that happened. That's why you're here, because we all saw that in you, and wouldn't have made a darn difference to me if I knew or didn't know about a contribution to County Supervisor DeSerpa's campaign. So that's neither here nor there. And also just want to provide further elaboration. There is a difference with trustees that are elected to office. They are an elected trustee, and they're a trustee that is appointed to an office, such as what Trustee Bolano-Scow was, such as yourself, such as this next person, provided this vote goes this way. That's an appointed trustee. That's the only difference in the title. Okay? So, any other comments from any other board members? Trustee Flores.
Well, back on our item, my views have not changed as far as since we voted on this with Trustee Holmes' position. I do believe we should go the appointment route. I know, with especially Christmas time, New Year's time, asking someone to run an election, I'm not sure that we'd really get too many people willing to do that. But I do know that sitting on the committee for Trustee Holmes' seat, we had someone who was disqualified because the boundary lines. So I hope that, that person or, there are people out there who are going to apply for this seat. And I encourage you, who are to reapply. And hopefully we'll get, a good selection and be able to fill it with a great seat like we did with Dr. Navarro here.
And Trustee Belanosca, you were here for that.
Exactly.
Wonderful. Next, Trustee Dodge Jr.
Was that a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move with appointment.
Thank you, Trustee Flores.
I think with upcoming budget cuts looming and bond money that needs to immediately be spent and other major decisions, I also too think we should make an appointment, and I would like to second your motion.
Thank you, Trustee Dodge Jr. Trustee DeSerpa, would you like to say anything since this is your seat? And you put us in this position.
I'm sorry, so sorry. I know, and I'm sorry, Dr. Contreras, also, because I really have enjoyed working with you, and I appreciate your leadership so much. The only thing I'll say is that in the effort to save money for the district, I do think an appointment would serve the board well and the district well. Many people have not many, but there are a handful of people who have asked me about the seat, who, God bless them, they would like to put their hat in the ring, I think. And so I'm grateful for their interest, and I think the few people I've talked to have very good experience, so I think hopefully you'll have a number of people who are interested, and so I think that's always a good thing. So, and we have a first and a second.
And Supervisor DeSerpa, I'd like to encourage you to continue to work with Dr. Contreras, not only Dr. Contreras, but our other community partners, the City of Watsonville, through intergovernmental, and, get in there at the county and slap some people up one way and down the other and get them to start showing up, because we have had zero representation from both Santa Cruz County and Monterey County supervisors at those meetings. So you can make a change with that, and I would really hope you do. And with the insight you have to this district, I think you and your staff and team will be very instrumental to get involved with intergovernmental.
So, what I'll say about that is I grew up in Salinas. My family was very poor. We had trouble making ends meet as I was growing up. I've been working 2 and 3 jobs since I was 11 years old, and that hasn't stopped today. I still have multiple hats. So I'm getting a little emotional. My work here is very, very important to me. It's bittersweet. I'm leaving because I care so much about everybody who works here, the teachers and the staff. And I've always wanted a better life for the kids in this district. And to that end, I feel like I have made a contribution. So I feel really good about that. To the extent that because I grew up in Salinas and I know how hard it is sometimes for families because I lived that, I have a special place in my heart for all of the Pajaro Valley, and you can bet that I am going to represent not just Aptos or Capitola or La Selva or Corralitos, but I am going to fight so that South County gets its fair share too. So I'm there right with Felipe, and we have a whole new crew coming in. A lot of very strong women are coming into the county board, not just Monica Martinez, but other staffers that I think will be very, very helpful. So I look forward to working on intergovernmental. I'll be there, and working with Supervisor Felipe Hernandez to make good things happen for our area. So thank you. And I talked to Ferris today. I'll continue to work alongside Ferris to make sure that Pajaro Valley gets its fair share. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee DeSerpa. Trustee Vice President Soto.
Well, Kim, congratulations again on your moving on up there like the Jeffersons. And congratulations. So I know when I first came on, we had some very strong differences of opinion, but I think over the years we've grown to appreciate each other and understand each other and have a level of respect. A level of respect. And that being said, you're dirty, you're disrespectful, And I hope when you come on this board that you learn to appreciate the women that are on here and have some respect for them. So that being said, Misty, I apologize for Mr. Arce over here, and I think you'll be fine. Thank you.
So I will be the last to make the last comments on this topic and last comments from this seat. Kim, super congratulations to you. I'm super proud of you, super happy for you. I actually had chills when you talked about that, and I know you will make sure that you get things kicked into gear, particularly with intergovernmental, because we've all got to realize we got to work together as community partners. We're all in this all together. None of us are an island unto ourselves. You and I, out of everyone that's here, the longest to working together in this role. And much similar, we had many, many times of disagreement. And to come to the point where we've come to work together, and there's so many things in the last year or two even, and particularly this last year. I mean it when I said earlier, we've set a record number of meetings for this district this year, and that was a lot of time commitment for two campaigns, 2 elections you ran, taking time out of that and showing up for that, weekends, evenings. It just really shows your commitment, because you could have been, oh, I'm busy with this tonight. And so, and for us to learn to work together and to do that respectfully, it is one of my biggest prayers for you, Misty, Danny, Olivia, who will continue, that these new people will learn to do that. And I really wish you all the best. I'm not counting the votes before the vote happens, but that you will find the right person to fill Kim's seat, and hopefully you have a plethora of applicants and a hard job to pick from. Again, congratulations. With that, I have a first and a second from Trustee Flores and Trustee Dodge Jr. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining? And that carries 6-0-1. And with that, the next board meeting is the organizational board meeting, which is scheduled for December 18. With that, this meeting is adjourned at 11:58 p.m.